And welcome everybody to Westwick Rugby Complex in Lawrence, Kansas. A very windy Lawrence, Kansas. We are here for the College Rugby Association of America D1AA Men's Sevens Championships. Fantastic day, bit windy, but a fantastic day at this beautiful complex. And we have 12 teams, 3 pools of 4, getting ready to compete today. This is the first match of the day. We will be seeing the University of Texas Longhorns against the Western Washington Vikings. Western Washington, the defending champions, they hosted this tournament last year in Bellingham, Washington, and won the whole thing. They returned a number of those players. University of Texas had a pretty solid season down in the Lone Star State and in the Lone Star Conference, for that matter. And under head coach Van Stewart will be looking to make a good impression right off the bat. So we are just moments away from the kickoff. We have, as I said, 3 pools of 4 today. And just taking a quick look at the upcoming schedule, which I had right in front of me. And of course now it disappears on me, but I'll dig that up. There it is. There it is. Minnesota against Iowa coming up, and then Iowa State versus the Oregon Ducks, Texas State versus MAU, Millennia Atlantic. That's an interesting one because that's a program that you may not be familiar with out of Florida. Then St. Thomas, another Florida team, perhaps the favorite, coming in. That's about 11:30 local time, Central Time, and they will take on the Baylor Bears. We're just waiting for a rugby ball, as everyone is all ready to go, but there's no rugby ball. Referee is asking for a ball, so they are pulling that out as well. And then we will finish the morning session with the Cowpokes from Wyoming against Nebraska. So we have a rugby ball, we have a referee, we have 2 teams, and we are ready to go. Western Washington in the stripes, and Texas in the white and umber, would we call that? And we are off with the kick. Well taken there by Toglia. And immediately Longhorns looking to attack, get out of their own zone. Just a little bit too slow on that breakdown, and immediately the poach is there. Well challenged by Western Washington. Look at the hands, goes through the hands. Herring, Liam Herring goes into contact, manages to get that offload, goes through Harry Moore. Some big powerful running in the interior channels there for the Vikings. Once again, winning that, looking to use the big runners as I talked about. Liam Herring out of Portland just manages to get that out there to Sekia. Sekia with the kick pass. It's a little bit wide. The wind didn't like it. The referee says play on. Knocked backwards. Breaking a tackle. Breaking another tackle. Elijah Ashman. Try-scoring sensation for Western Washington out of Owasso, Oklahoma. The exercise science major. Very elusive and some lovely acceleration as well. And he goes right through some arm tackles. First blood for Western Washington. First try of the tournament. Managed to handle that kick pass. And the kick is up very high and does go over. So 7-0 Western Washington scores that first one. Elijah Ashman scoring a lot of tries this year. He's just going through some of the 15s games. He's coming through with 4 or 5 tries. Just a very good finisher for the Vikings, who won their conference. That kick up and not quite 10 meters. We're going to have to keep an eye on those short kicks when we have the wind going. So that's a free kick for Texas. They tap it. They go through Lehman. Then there's a breakthrough, another tackle. Bernitzes is dragged down just before the goalpost. Texas, they've won that ruck. A bit slow in getting it out and trying to figure out what to do with it. Get it out to Keeley, but it is lost forward. And there is a chance gone begging. Lovely little break there, though, by Demetrios Bernitzes. the freshman out of Houston, straight Jesuit product, straight Jesuit, going on to the high school national championships next week. In fact, won the Texas-Louisiana varsity competition this year, and Bernitzes comes out of that one. Early shove by Texas, so that's a free kick, and off they go. Thrown back inside by Funk. Little bit dangerous stuff, but a no-wrap tackle now. Shooting themselves in the foot a little bit are the Longhorns. Western says, let's slow this down. How about we kick to touch? The wind is going mostly across the field from what you're looking at towards the camera. That kick low. It's kept in the field of play. Lehman with the sidestep, and they send it out through Toglia. Lost it again. Good tackle from Keeley. But it'll be a knock-on. Second knock-on from Texas. They won't be happy with that. So scrum down. Western Washington managed to handle that one line break and be able to survive. And now we bring on a sub. And remember, in sevens, you have 5 substitution moments. So you can bring somebody on and off and bring them back on. You give them a little breather if they've been on a break. But we see Jackson Dubry coming on into the scrum. Big body. Another problem this time, side boring in on the scrum against Western. Longhorns. Going to work with Lehman again. Bumping it into Mulders. A little bit more settled by Texas now. Mulders again. This time out to the new guy, Dubry. Big, powerful runners from Texas. Can they leverage that kind of physicality? Once again, just out through the hands. Good defense. Funk with the tackle. And the poach as well, right over the ball very quickly. That looked like it was Fergus Moore who went right over there. Funk dropped the player down on the ground, rolled out of the way. Moore goes over, gets the penalty for not releasing the ball when you're tackled. This time again, they're going to try for the line out, and this time they make touch. Now we get the line out for Western. After having scored that try, they've been stuck in their half for most of the rest of this half. Well taken. Now a bit of a sidestepping there by Ashman. Ashman taken down, but offloads it quite nicely. Now they've got an overlap on the right side to Western Washington. Draw that man, send it out. That's Liam Herring. And cruising in fact, I think that's Liam Herring. I see a number 2. And in for the second try. And that was as simple as you want there. Western Washington sending it wide, getting everybody to worry about them on one side, then sending it quickly to the other side. Overlap 3-on-1. And Western is in for their second try and a 12-0 lead. Referee asking the Texas players to basically either you go and hang around on the goal line, but if you're not going to do that, get out of the way of the kicker. And the kick is away. And that will be your halftime. 12-0. Western Washington leads. Well, we're back here at Westwick Rugby Complex here for the CRAA men's D1AA sevens. We're into our first game of the day. Western Washington leads the University of Texas 12-0. And we'll keep an eye on the wind and how they handle, especially these restarts, especially when teams want to go high and shallow. That was a good restart there. Funk. We're going to send it out wide. Herring working with Ashman. And a slow ball. Galvez gets it out wide. And now they're going on kind of a curving, scything run. The man is free on the outside. And right down the sideline, just like that. Pretty basic stuff again. Go to the left, make everybody worry about that, and come back to the other side, and that is a try for Western Washington, their third of the day. And a call for, hey, can I get a substitute in? 17-0, the Vikings lead. And just a nice little run. Simple draw and pass out to the outside. The kick is good. We're at 19-0 by my count. And really, it hasn't been that long that Western has been playing sevens. They went deep into the playoff scenarios in 15s. Didn't play a lot of tournaments. It doesn't take a lot, though, especially if you have players who are experienced at it. Restart taken by Mulders. Cut back inside. That's a very nice inside pass. Is he all alone, though? Lehman tackled well, turnover ball. And the ball just kind of flung around a little bit. And there, I think that's Funk going on the outside. Just a loose ball picked up. Try Western Washington. Takes a little bit of issue with the hit just as he was touching it down, but that'll make it 24-0. Western looking just a little bit more comfortable doing what they're doing and a little bit faster to the ball. We saw a penalty that they forced basically to get out of trouble in the first half, and that was speed to the ball for sure. And here's speed to the ball when the ball is just sort of rolling around. Ned O'Brien comes onto the field for Western. His kick is up and good, and we are at 26-0. Western looking pretty comfortable with their game plan so far. Maybe look to try a couple of options. There is a nice high kick. Went up for it, almost got it. Longhorns have it now. And the kick downfield. Let's try something else. Let's go play in the other end of the field. That is handled by Sakia. Sakia with a little Fijian sidestep out to Ashman. Ashman with the little cutback. He's going to catch him, and he will go all the way. Elijah Ashman scored the first try of this game. He has scored his second so far, and that was really kind of set up by Sho Shakia, the Osaka, Japan product, the marketing major, cruising around to the outside, and just when everybody worries about him, just pops it off to Elijah Ashman, and we have another try. 31-0 now. Another good kick. And, you know, it'll be interesting to see which teams kick well, both on the restarts and also for points. This could be an important thing. You see so many games that come down to something like 19-17. Texas looking ready, trying to get something going. Well, they've had a break, and the ball was stolen from them. They tried to kick. That ball was countered straight down. A run in for it. You know, who ran into whom, and it'll going to be a knock-on against Western. We've seen 2 penalties so far in these scrums. Be nice to see a nice clean scrum here. I'm sure that Texas will want one. They set up a very wide back line, very deep as well. Perhaps trying to unleash some pace that we haven't seen so far in this game from them. Western, meanwhile, got a couple of players who are hoping to run on, get them some time. And nope, it's a free kick. So another scrum that ends with an infraction. Longhorns will accept that, though. They're not too bothered by it. Dupree runs right into a wall. He's taken down well by a couple of players, a little bit smaller than him. Dupree again. The dummy. Offload goes to ground. Dupree has dropped on it. Very sloppy ruck, and in the end it was against Texas for in from the side. Western taps quickly. Now they ship the ball left. They're queuing up. And the inside pass, the little dummy, and Sho Sakia will be in with the try for Western. .38-0 now for Western Washington. Looked very impressive right at the beginning there. You never know what a team will bring to the table, especially in sevens after a long 15 season. Will they be coming in with a game plan that's going to work, and how do the athletes match up? In this case, early try from Western Washington. The kick is away, and then they were able to handle some pressure and then cruise to a 38-0 victory. That is it. Our first game is in the books here at the CRAA D1AA Sevens Championships. I'm good. Not at the moment. And we are back here at Westwick Rugby Complex in Lawrence, Kansas. We're here for the second game of the CRAA D1AA Sevens Championships. First game we saw Western Washington defeat Texas. We did establish that was George Pritchard who was scoring some tries and kicking goals for them. And you know, his number 8 had been damaged, so it looked like a number 3. And I was like, where's that number 3? No, there's no number 3. It was number 8. Anyway, George had a good game. And now we are here with the University of Minnesota Gophers and the University of Iowa Hawkeyes. And Golden Gophers in maroon and golden, and Iowa in white. And they're huddling up, and I think what we'd like to see them do is take the field and play a rugby game. So we're getting ready for the kickoff right now. A couple little last minute instructions by the referee. A little bit of a line drive kick in this kind of weather that might actually work. Very windy day, fielded by Heimer. Heimer drops it off to the outside. That's AJ Douglas. Nice pull out and send it wide. Johnson out to halfway. He's taken down by Kruger. Iowa recycles. Ooh, big hard hit. Advantage there. Referee might have thought that a little bit high. We'll see if that works out. Now looking to use Johnson again. This time Kanoki. Kernokai, excuse me, and then out to the outside. A good little sidestep. There's some room for Renheimer. Remember Renheimer from the CRAA Fall Classic. Such a talented player, and that creates a try almost out of nothing. Not much anyway from Iowa, and you will be seeing and hearing Renheimer once again. Came out of Japan and communication studies major. Really talented player with that sidestep, but a number of other players challenging Minnesota, and so that will be a nice 7-0 lead for Iowa. Good start for them. Heimer was the MVP at the CRAA Fall Classic when there was a game between the Heart of America All-Stars and the Florida Conference All-Stars. And that kick bounces around, gathered by Ports. Slow ball coming out. Heimer again, sending it to Johnson. Local boys, Kansas City. Sidestep around, I think that's Taylor. Floating around Johnson now, looking to use Kernikai. And a penalty against Iowa, now the tap. First time really that Minnesota's worked with the ball at all. Little dummy well taken down. Rusk sending it wide. And Morton caught in the middle of the field. Slow going with that ruck. They'll want quicker ball than that, but now they come back to the right side. Cuts through to challenge that defense, make a couple of players tackle him. Once again, back to the left, wide pass from Kruger. And a cut through, a half break by Morton. But that ball is lost. Johnson, Heimer, oh, the sidestep right to the middle. Redheimer, you're not going to stop him from there. And all the way in Iowa, he's going to wait a little bit. Make Alex Morton come chase him down, and that will be the second try for Iowa, both by the same man, Redheimer, and he is a strike runner for them. Heimer will also line up the kick, which is he was able to get that first one. Taking his time. Puts it over. 14-0 now for Iowa. And once again, we're seeing a game in which the team that's a little bit faster to that breakdown is more successful. You get those half breaks if you make that cover tackle and you have another player quick to challenge for the ball. You might actually create a nice little turnover and spin things around. Well taken by the Gophers now. Horsch sending it wide. Kernikai with the tackle for Iowa. Another good tackle. And phases for Minnesota, but not going anywhere, being pushed back. They have the penalty advantage, though. May as well take a little bit of a risk now. Just not sure if he can take the speed there. Well defended by A.J. Douglas. Oh, a little bit of a no-look pass. That one floats close to the try line, but it didn't roll in. It just bounced back up. I believe that's Easton Taylor. We got to check on that one. But that is a bit of a soft try for Minnesota to give up. And I think that they thought that ball was going to roll into touch, and I thought maybe they thought they still had the advantage. There was an advantage to them, it appeared, and then that one was called off. They did make some ground, and they had several faces, several chances to work with them. So another try. Heimer with the kick, very high this one, and good. 21-0. So we are just coming up to halftime here in this second game of the CRAA men's D1AA Sevens Championships here in Lawrence, Kansas. Absolutely gorgeous day. A bit breezy. I'm not complaining at all. What a lovely facility here, Westwick Rugby Complex. Ball bounces. Douglas chases it down. Well chased by him. But the Gophers have it. Sent out by Horsch. Morton out to the wing. Kernikai sort of gathers it and defends relatively well. Once again, continuity pretty good with Minnesota. They're just not able to break through. And sometimes you got to trust your ability to do something with it. Roth feeds it back inside. Still they struggle through. Now into the Iowa half, and Vervang out wide again. Good couple of passes and the loop move. Looping around is Owen Voice. Voice goes down the sideline. They really needed that. Just as halftime is ready to be blown. First try for Minnesota. And you see the continuity was working there, and they just needed to challenge that defense a little bit more. And Voice scores to make it 21-5 with kick to come, and then we will be taking a break for halftime. And the wind sort of dies down for Minnesota. The kick is good. That's important, I think, if they're going to mount the comeback. 21-7. Iowa leads at halftime, but that try, a big one for the Gophers. We'll be back in a moment. All right, Will, we are back for second half here, and just checking, just a name check on the third try. Yes, for Iowa. That was Henry Schwob going in, the law student. In fact, he's a graduate, so he's finishing up his eligibility in grad school, a product of West Des Moines. I had the wrong name for him because we were guessing on a number. But he was probably too big and muscular for the number that was written down for him. But in come the Hawkeyes as we open up the second half. 21-7, Iowa leads. A nice little weak side move. How about that? Oh, that's a little bit high. Offload off the deck. And the sidestep, that is some beautiful sevens rugby. Renheimer is going to get credit for the try. But a ton of work from Abbas Kernikai, the electrical major out of Monrovia, Liberia. And another try for Heimer. It's his third one. And another try for Iowa. So 26-7. Iowa once again 3 scores ahead. Because that high, remember that wind is out there. That's well retained by Minnesota. Very well done. Big wide pass bouncing around. Didn't have much time to deal with anything there. Heimer came in and just smashed his player to the ground. It was retained by Morton, however. Gophers are going wide. They have to get moving now. They do have another advantage. I think that's a penalty advantage this time. Morton once again. Oh, a little bit. There was a switch move, but it was not quite executed. And a knock on. So that wasn't an advantage signal. That was a different signal. And we're going to go with a knock on against Minnesota. Iowa perfectly happy to take this. Scrum now inside the Gophers 22. All kinds of options for Iowa. Michael Johnson, the finance major out of Kansas City, putting the ball in. And they lose it. Snatched up by Kruger. Kruger sends it wide through Morton. And now the Gophers trying to work it through. Voice. Good tackle midfield. Yeah, just nobody was going to go over that ball. It was just, you mean I can take this? Sure, you can take it. Not sure if you can hear the wind through my microphone, but it's picked up just a shade coming across the field, basically coming straight into my face. So I don't know if it really benefits one side or the other. Maybe I can hide behind my laptop screen and shield the wind a little bit. So it is picked up by Kruger, going through Roth. Now looking to go out to the edge. Back they come. Morton through Kruger. All the way out to Vivang. And they've really been looking to use Vivang to try and break through. He hasn't really been able to so far. Much better defense from Iowa. And there's that situation where you're setting somebody up really fast. This time it was Easton Taylor going up and drawing someone's attention, and he drops the ball. So Iowa once again get a scrum. They lead by my count 26-7. Ball put in around the weak side. Heimer one-on-one. Oh, he's well tackled. That offload not going really anywhere. That was a very good open field tackle from Alex Morton, the human physiology major out of the Edina program in Minnesota. Gopher Rugby's back of the year, and you can see there's one of the reasons why. Line out for Minnesota, and they'll come to attack through Kruger again, sending it wide. Morton. Maybe a lot of passing from Morton and not as much taking tacklers on, going around the outside. That is tackled into touch. I have to say that Iowa's defense has been quite good because Minnesota has been retaining ball well. And we have a call back where the lineout was, it looks like. And I think probably offside off this lineout would have been my guess. Creeping in a little bit quickly. And so, the Gophers Another shot. Kruger working it through Rusk. Cut back inside. Oh, just isolated on there. Kernikai steals that ball. No problem at all. Dancing around now. Oh, you have the power run right up the middle. Josh Bell. He enjoyed that a little bit. Heimer calling for it. Oh, he dummies. He's taking on 4 at once. And I think he's going to beat that. Oh, he's beaten the 5th one, and he's put the pass in. The try is there. Ridiculous stuff from Ren Heimer. What was he doing taking on all those players? But nobody wanted to just come in and tackle him. They were all worried about what he was going to do. And he ends up sidestepping his way around before dishing it off to, I think that was Michael Johnson who finished that. Heimer coming in for another attempt at the conversion. That one is away. I have 31-7. It might be 33. I may have missed a conversion. I apologize for that. I was looking at my papers. But either way, it's become a fairly convincing victory. And I would say that Minnesota says, hey, look, there are a lot of things we can do well here. And they do retain the ball quite well. But where they struggle is breaking that line. The restart kick is just past the 10-meter line. Referee says play on. Off we go to Heimer. Heimer kicks it to touch. And that will be your final. A good win for Iowa right off the bat. Minnesota probably a little bit frustrated because they did have some possession. But we will be right back with the next game after a solid win for Iowa over Minnesota. And we are back at the Westwick Rugby Complex here in Lawrence, Kansas. Beautiful day for the last collegiate rugby tournament of the season. The CRAA men's D1AA Sevens tournament. We've already seen 2 games so far. Western Washington taking it to Texas and Iowa defeating Minnesota. Right now we have the Iowa State Cyclones in, do we call it orange? We call it orange. And the green of the Oregon Ducks. Both teams had very good seasons this year in 15s. Iowa State getting to the national semifinals. Kind of hitting a bit of a wall after that, unfortunately. They weren't too happy with their performances, but they weren't very poor performances, but I think they were hoping to win a game and at least get to that final. Oregon actually secured a win over Western Washington in 15s, which is a rarity to do that, and there are a number of things that they are building on so far. And so an up-and-coming program on the West Coast out of Eugene. And just waiting one moment to check on our assistant referee. Maybe checking on our comms. Center referee's ready to go. Keep an eye on number 15, Ian Klein, for Iowa State. Very, very elusive player. And we are off. The kick by Justin Johnson bounces and rolls into touch. And now that's an important thing to remember. If you kick it and it goes into touch on the fly from the kickoff or the restart, then that's a free kick back in the middle of the field. But if it bounces first, no problem. We'll just take the line out. And so there's the line out for Oregon. The wind coming across the field. It should be all right. Referee says play on. Happy with that throw. Little bit of a switch move up the middle. Ducks, who did well to stay on his feet. Challenging for the ball of the Cyclones. But Oregon retains it. The offload. Brooks Fisher dropping it off a little bit. Darcy. And out wide now. A potential with the offload. It didn't quite go to hand, just not high enough. Knocked forward. Iowa State will take that. Klein out to Teed. The kick through from Cahill and gathered. Oh, there's a bit of a pass, a little bit of a lofting skyhook pass. Not quite grabbed. Nice idea there, though, from Tai Konaike, the sociology major out of Tokyo. And we will go with a scrum for Iowa State. Klein gets it out nicely to Teed. Teed looking to use Johnson on the outside. Johnson goes on a scything run on the outside. They grab his shirt, drag him down. Gets back up. Could be argued that's a no wrap. It depends how you interpret it. But Iowa State still with it. Klein with the offload. The basketball chest pass. And then to Cahill. Cahill taken down. Referee looks like he's playing advantage. That might have been a shade high. Klein bumps another one and then sells the dummy. He goes through. And we told you to watch out for him. Ian Klein, the mechanical engineering major, dives in under the posts. Played his high school rugby at Ankeny High School. And if you're not aware, high school rugby in Iowa is sevens. So it's actually, it's a bit of an adjustment for some of them to go play 15s in college. Many do, however, and they do very well. Klein played his sevens rugby at Ankeny High School in Iowa, and then has been an all-conference player, multiple all-conference player for Iowa State since then. Justin Johnson with the conversion, and it's 7-0 for Iowa State. Good kick, well taken by the Ducks. Pass up by O'Flaherty. Big wide pass, sort of tapped out. A referee said went backwards. It's good refereeing just to let the ball go, let the play go. But right over the top of that, he was still isolated. Zach English comes in, forces that penalty. He taps it. Klein with the sidestep again and the offload. English goes in, and it's a try. Well, I think the rule seems to be if you have long hair on Iowa State, you score tries. So there, Zach English goes over finance major, also out of Ankeny High School, also a multiple all-conference player. And you can see that connection between the two Cyclones players. And Iowa State now leads 12-0. Johnson waiting for players to get out of his way so he can take the kick. And a bit low. And it stays 12-0. But a good start for Iowa State. And you'll see that the trend so far today, the teams winning are playing in the opposing half. Long, deep kick. That one rolling into in goal. And they're going to touch it down. So that's going to be, because it went straight into in goal and his touchdown, that's a free kick in the middle of the field. So a bit of an error there. Yes, you want to kick deep, but not too deep. The Ducks now, what can they do with this? Little bit of a switch move. Weir going into contact. Sending it wide, trying to exploit on the outside, and there's the break. And a player wearing a number that we were not given goes in with the try, jumps up, touches the crossbar. Well taken try, and you can see how restart errors can punish you. An important try for Oregon as they make an answer. Brooks Fisher with the kick. That'll make it 12-7. We've got a ball game on our hands. Good high kick from the Ducks. Well taken by Miller. And Tino Mahaffey is actually the scorer for Oregon on that one. Now we got a confirmation. Thank you, Rich, for that. And that was an important kick for them. As we go back to the penalty for Iowa State. And they tap, and they just slowly work their way, get to that halfway line. Cahill doing the running. Now Klein. Klein, once again, is always going to be a sidestep from him. Plays fullback in 15s. And they're just that counter ruck just at the right time. And what that does, forces a bit of a knock-on. And that'll be a scrum. And, in fact, we will end the first half. And we have a close one today. 12-7. Iowa State leads Oregon here at halftime here at the CRAA D1AA Sevens Championships. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes. We are back for the second half here in this first round match, pool play between Iowa State and Oregon. We've seen two matches already with Iowa beating Minnesota and Western Washington beating Texas. And here the kickoff goes straight to Iowa State. They handle that pretty well. Good line drive kick. And the pickup, you just a little bit distracted from guarding that tiny weak side, and that was just enough. Justin Johnson looks up, sees the gap, and he goes. Has good pace for the junior, does, out of Southfield, Michigan. Out of Waukee High School, two-time Heart of America all-conference player in 15s, and also an all-conference player in 7s. And the 2024 Heart of America Back of the Year Advertising and Apparel Merchandising and Design major. Sounds like he's got to go work for a rugby kit maker. Oh, he hits that kick straight off the bar. So that's just going to be the 5. 17-7. Iowa State leads. It is a 2 lead. Maybe he was worried about hitting that food truck, which is parked right behind the posts. Get a rugby ball landing in your burrito. And the kick is high and good, well taken. The Ducks now trying to work that quickly. There was an opportunity to send that if they thought about going quickly. Instead, just slowed it down a little bit, allowed the Iowa State defense to recover, and Klein was on top of that ball, fighting for it. Liam Ware not too happy about that, but he was isolated. Klein gets that turnover. Sends it out through English. And you see how Iowa State just have players over the ball, just a little bit more aggressive on that. Loose pass, however. That one. Yes, Ducks would have done well to take that ball. Stay on your feet. You can't just dive on the ball and grab it. So once again, English. The try scorer from the first half goes straight down. And there, the holding on penalty is accomplished by the Ducks. They tap and go. Once again, I just like to see that thrown a little bit faster. Konaike still going. Now Ware. Bit of a high pass. That execution has got to be there. Mahaffey. Another offload. Couple of good passes from Iowa State. And finally the knock-on. Forced to play some defense, Iowa State. And they did quite well. You see some good half breaks, but nothing where they're able to just really break through the Ducks. And so there they are at 17-7. They do need a try pretty soon. Klein from the back of the scrum. Teed. Get that out, Johnson. Johnson, the good loop move. Good linkage from Iowa State. And Fisher. Fisher still going. Strong run from Cole Fisher. Trying to connect up with Marcus Teed. The ball was here. The referee called tackle now. Klein. Yeah, just draws all. And there's the interception. Kind of floated that up. Weir, no problem at all to take that. But he was tackled immediately. Prentice comes in to help him out. High tackle on Prentice. Tap and go from Oregon. Oh, good catch and pass from Prentice this time. And Weir sends it wide. Comes around for the loop. It's not there. And we had a little bit of an off the ball, like tackling the player without the ball, I think, and then maybe a high tackle. So a couple of things there, and Iowa State's got to be careful about that. They don't really need to do any of that stuff. They are quite happy defending. Seeing Don Paulino coming on, the first year for Oregon, the business major out of Guam. Father Duenas Memorial School, and in fact, Father Duenas was in America playing rugby just earlier this year, going out to the Gonzaga Classic. So there, it's kind of nice to see them represented. O'Flaherty. The Ducks really need one now. They are down 10 points. A try would do them wonders. Big high floating pass. Not really going to help anybody. Iowa State able to reset and push players back. Oh, and then finally a missed tackle. And going in under the post. Oregon answers, and that's an important one. And they opted not to take the kick because we're running out of time. And so it was kind of a savvy move. Even though they were right in front of the post, that doesn't matter. It's 17-10. If you opt not to take the kick, then if time is up, you still have time for the restart. So a little bit of tactical nous by Oregon to make sure that oh, well, okay. That might have been me not noticing. Actually, we've got 19-12? 19-12, okay. Pretty sure it was 17, but 17, yeah. 17-12. The kick was taken quickly. I thought maybe they had just sort of forgot about it. But anyway, good try by Taishi Konoike to get them in position. So 17-14. Oregon suddenly in a position where they can win this game with a try. Big tackle. Sweeney retains it nicely, though. Now moving around. Mahaffey, who scored that try in the first half, over the ball. Iowa State, and yes, that's once again, they get that holding on penalty. The aggression over the breakdown, tapped, kicked, off the broadcaster shelter, and that is it. Iowa State barely holds on, 17-14. What a game. That was an exciting one. And you can see that Oregon has the potential perhaps to cause some teams some problems. And remember also that the way this tournament is formatted, the 3 pool winners go on to the semifinals, along with the best second place team. And that requires you probably to go 2-1, although we might see a tie or something like that. But let's say everybody goes 3-0, 2-1, 1-2, 0-3 like normal, then the tiebreaker is going to be points difference. So losing your game, you don't want to do that. But if you lose 17-14, that's a big deal. That could be important, very important for Oregon if they look ahead and are able to win some games out of this pool. Iowa State, Oregon also in the same pool as the next 2 teams that are coming out. Texas State and MAU. Texas State Bobcats out of San Marcos, Texas, just about an hour or so south of Austin, about an hour or so north of San Antonio. Very close to the largest Buc-ee's in the country. And then MAU, Millennium Atlantic, from Florida. One of the teams that was in that cluster at the top of the Division II in Florida's conference in 15s. A lot of players with experience playing overseas. Number of players from Argentina. And you will see that when we talk a little bit about some of their high school teams. So Millennia Atlantic, a new face really in the American collegiate rugby picture. It'll be interesting to see how they handle this well. And taking on a Texas State team, well, they had a good season. Texas State coming out in the black, and Millennia Atlantic in the hoops, the blue and yellow and white. Quick little huddle up for MAU. And this will be an important one because now you see what's happened with that other game in their pool. It was 17-14, so if you can log a good win here, if you can win by a significant margin, then you're talking about points difference, things like that. MAU arranging themselves for a deep kickoff. Interesting, they don't really have anybody up there by the 10-meter. If I'm Texas State, I'm dropping one 11 meters down the field. Referee checks everybody, makes sure we're okay. And the kick, yes, is high and short. MAU gathers it. Good tackle by the Bobcats. Ball goes through the hands from Ladone. The tackle and the attempted poach by Cole Douglas. Yes, it's good. Taps. Feeds it off to Turner. Good clear out by the Bobcats. And he was still over the ball. So again, in from the side against MAU. Well, they wanted to go quickly. Hopkins wanted to go quickly. He wasn't really anywhere near the mark. Douglas again. Just straight into contact, tackle. Big fight at the breakdown. Turner. Out to Alvarez. Alvarez with the sidestep and the offload. Turner once again goes through. Pretty straight ahead stuff. Route one to ball dropped. And a knock on. Harvey Hopkins wanted to send that quickly, and he just rushed himself. He started to think about passing it before he really thought about catching it. Scotsman out of Aberdeen, Scotland, the Granite City. Ball put in by Bruno Tavanti. Tavante now dancing around a little bit. Oh, he's found a gap. Feels pretty good about it. The fend. Hopkins took him down. Not really releasing the tackle player. Diving on the ball. There were all kinds of things. Dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria. MAU is going to just go for that line out. Bit of a line drive kick. It was actually a smart move with that wind being unpredictable at times. MAU is going to take that line out. Still no score. As Millennia Atlantic against Texas State. Millennia Atlantic now throwing in from the line out. Tavanti played for Deportiva Francesca, and he is a business administration major. Sends it wide, going through Ladone. And out wide, they're going to kick ahead. This is something that the Argentinian players, you'll see that a lot. The kick, the toe ahead, the try is good. Bit of tussle back and forth. Probably both players giving as good as they got, and a terrific try from MAU to open the scoring. quite see who got that try, but it's that little toe ahead. And once again, you know, if it's not there for you to pick it up, don't pick it up. Just nudge it ahead again with your foot. It is rugby football after all. Tavante with the attempt at conversion. The kick is up. He's got the wind behind him on that one. Beautiful kick. Absolutely gorgeous kick there. Bruno Tavante makes it 7. MAU out of Florida. And a pretty specialized school. It's essentially a business school. Not really a lot of other majors, a limited number of majors. As you see, a few schools are like that. That kick rolls into touch. Who touched it? Did anyone touch it? Did it just roll directly into touch? Probably going to be, oh, it's actually a knock-on into touch, so you have the option, line out or scrum. Texas State, I would think, will take the scrum, what with this wind the way it is. And yes, they will. Good attacking platform for the Bobcats. Well, you see that they do use that big man, William Turner, to just charge through the defenders. A little bit reset on the scrum. And you can get tight heads in 7s. Boxing out his opposite, Hopkins. Let's get there now. As we see, they're using the strong runners, Cole Douglas. The idea, I think, is to draw in defenders, but you need quick ball, and that one's not working out too well. The offload from Turner goes to ground. Referee says it went backwards, though. Bobcats, that pass too high, and that one is knocked forward. The skill execution, a bit of an issue for Texas State as they look to try and get out of their own 22. Needed those passes to be two-hand. And a good little snipe by the scrum half, Bruno Tavante, and just no problem at all. He faked that little switch move and then faked the outside pass. Everybody reacted to the pass, and the Red Sea parted, and Bruno Tavante goes in for the second try for MAU. We might be coming up to halftime here a little bit. Kick from Tavante. Not quite there, just drifts a little bit wide. As I talked about, that wind coming across the field. See the Iowa State players watching this game, just seeing what they have to deal with. And probably marking MAU as the team that they really have to beat now to win this pool. MAU definitely an unknown quantity. Good high kick. Hopkins was going for it. Just bounces around and over the head pass, bounces off someone's noggin, and ultimately that's a forward pass, and ultimately that's the end of the first half. 12-0. MAU leads against Texas State here at the CRAA D1AA Sevens championship. We're in pool play, round one pool play, and we will be back in a moment for the second half. And we are ready for the second half here. Millennia Atlantic leading Texas State 12-0. Just about a perfect restart. Very risky to do that. And here we go. The Macaws out of Florida. They get that. We're going to see a card there. That is an intentional knock-on, and you will see that in sevens. Defending team knocks the ball down, especially interrupting a pass, knocks it down with one hand. Almost always that's going to be a penalty. And almost always when it is a penalty, but not always, it's a yellow card. Just about like 99% of the time in sevens it'll be a yellow card. 2 minutes off, so shorthanded. Texas State does not really want to be shorthanded. They're in trouble now, but one of those things where most people might look at that if you're not familiar with rugby and say, hey, that looks kind of accidental. No, really, the players know. You just stick one hand out like that, that's going to be penalized as intentional. You have no real expectation of catching the ball, and I think that's really the judgment there. Macaws now. Out they go. Spinning it wide. You see the speed with which they're able to attack on the outside, and just like that, Pedro Ciara goes in for the try. Played his rugby at Tiro Federal San Pedro, and Ciara exploits that man advantage almost immediately. You'll take the scrum, right? Take the scrum, because then you've got 4 players locked into one area and only 2 on the outside. Still not sure. That might have been Ciara with, as the kick is good. (19-0) now. Millennia Atlantic feeling pretty good. Still with the man advantage. It's going to be 2 minutes with the player in the sin bin. Up, lost, forward. Texas State will take that. Texas State needs to get into the opposing half. As we talked about, a little bit of skill execution. Boot to ball, sure, why not? Let's hoof it down there and chase it down. Michael Alvarez. Did he get that? A big pile of bodies suddenly And Texas State can't really afford that. The ball sent to the weak side. MAU goes back down. And really scrambling now, Texas State. They do get that ball into touch, however. But the kick, nice idea. Had an opportunity. Checking to see and see if the yellow card is expired. And it does appear that Texas State is up to full strength. Sin bin player is still sitting on the bench, on the chair, but now Texas State is back to 7 players. And a short line out. Bobcats decide to use that. They run a little loop move. There's some space out wide there for Nick Woods. Good offload from Woods. Another pass inside. Devin Flynn burst through the middle. Excellent try for Texas State. They'll take a lot of confidence from that. And they're thinking quickly, you know, let's just get that ball over. Conversion good. 19-7. Running back to the kickoff. They want that comeback. Important try for Texas State for sure. You got to watch that restart errors, though. Trying to be too perfect. Restart means if you're kicking a restart apart from once in a game, every other time, it means you scored. And then if you make an error, that means you're giving away possession and a free kick to the other team. McCaw's lofted skyhook pass. Well tackled on the sideline. Yes, offside. Texas State now getting a little bit frantic. Discipline. Oh, we're going to see another. Oh, will we see another card? No, just another 10 meters. Silly penalty from Texas State. MAU. Now with the tap move, they'll be content to just pressure and pressure here. Little wide pass. Oh, loose ball, good tackle. I think they're going to go back to an advantage. Not 10 again. Yeah, offside. And running on a couple of subs for both MAU and Texas State. This is all time frittering away that the Bobcats don't want to have happen. McCaw is quite happy with it. Go with the scrum for MAU. Just looking for their options now. They really just sent a free kick, tapped quickly, in for the try. Quick thinking that, and that's, you know, when you're the scrum half, when you're the halfback in sevens, you're kind of always looking for that opportunity, that free kick opportunity, and say, you know, yeah, I can tap it. They've got 3 players locked into that scrum. All I have to do then is beat the scrum half. I should be all right. Kick is good, 26-7. And that is probably the final blow for MAU, in the sense that I don't think Texas State can come back from this one. They're going to run a couple of changes. put in what looked like to be a couple of really pretty mobile, handy players. Good high ball. Well taken. And the offload. Seen a couple of good plays there by Nick Woods. The first year out of Houston, St. Pius the 10th. And that will be the end of the game. 26-7. Millennia Atlantic sent a little message to everybody else. Say, hey, we're here to play some sevens. We know what we're doing. And Texas State not out of it by any stretch of the imagination in this game, but will have some things they need to work on going forward. We have coming up in just a moment or two, St. Thomas versus Baylor. That's going to be a bit of a barn burner, I think. We'll be back in a few seconds. Hey, everybody, and welcome back to Westwick Rugby Complex. I'm Alex Goff, and we are doing the CRAA D1AA Sevens Championships. And we are back with the next game in round one of our pool matches. St. Thomas University out of Florida, just back from a crazy dramatic win over University of San Diego in the CRAA D1AA final, which they won on the final play of the game. Go check out that game. I think that's on the Rugby Network. That was a heck of a game. And St. Thomas about to kick off to the Baylor Bears out of Texas. And off we go. Good high kick there from Charambira, taken by Phillips in the air. And Crawford sends it wide. You know, this is the big man who can run, Matias Adamo, and he is tackled in the corner. Did he lose that forward? I think he did. Yes, what a fantastic tackle. Great try-saving tackle there from Court Doyle. And a little bit of a fakearoo from St. Thomas, because everybody worries about, and they should, worry about the speedy-looking guys, Matubatuba number 9, Charambira number 10, so they give it to the big guy who then goes around the edge. Baylor with the scrum right on their try line, under a lot of pressure, knock on in goal. That is tough. A little bit of a push from the St. Thomas scrum caused that pass off the base of it to be not a good one, rolling on the ground, and they had to just scoop that up. They couldn't do it. And now it's a scrum for St. Thomas. Matubatuba, number 9. Good drive from the Bobcats, but that ball rolls around and Matubatuba picks it up and just dives over. Try given for St. Thomas. So this is the first game of the last pool round. We've got one more to come, which is Wyoming versus Nebraska. Two teams that are actually pretty familiar with each other. 5-0, St. Thomas. Taking their time to get that kickoff. Certainly Baylor wants to get that ball back and see if they can do something with it. Good high kick, and once again up in the air. This time I'm not sure who got that one, but going through Crawford. Tackled. Offload. Adamo. Crawford again just picks it up, sends it Matubatuba. Sells a dummy. Well, now the defense is scrambling. Charambira back to Crawford. You can see how this is a team used to playing with each other. And the wide pass, Adamo tried to score this time. He gets over. Matias Adamo from St. Mark's School in Buenos Aires. And that is the second try for St. Thomas. Charambira, his kick, he's kicked better than that. But 10-0 now, St. Thomas leads here in the first half. Good high kick. And the key has been that St. Thomas wins their kickoffs. Possession so important in sevens, but they're a little bit isolated. Maybe fortunate to retain that ball. Adamo once again on a one-on-one. Good fight for it from Baylor. Crawford picks it up. Matubatuba sells the dummy. Gets it out to Phillips. Phillips still charging ahead. Well set back. Charambira now with the ball. He's got Adamo with him. 3 players on him. The offload off the ground. How did he get that one away? And Adamo was there to take it. Try for St. Thomas. Such good communication and work off the ball from Adamo to get around behind that breakdown and get the offload working quickly from Wilton Charambira. Charambira, by the way, will be rushing to get on a plane Sunday night after this tournament because he's going to the East-West CRAA All-Americans Assembly right after this. Look at that kick. That was more what he's used to doing. 17-0 now for St. Thomas. But Charambira from Harare, Zimbabwe, chemistry major. And I have to tell you, I've interviewed him a couple of times. Very, very smart young man. And athletically gifted as well. Baylor now has the ball. This is really one of the first times we've seen them with the ball. They are offloading, and they're just moving that ball. One more pass. It's sort of there. It's gathered up by Doyle. It's good stuff from the Baylor, though, and then just a little bit of a crossing penalty, using your teammate as a shield. But you see how they are moving that ball, taking contact, and they're pretty strong guys. And now the penalty, Matubatuba. And sends it one way. Everybody's worried about that, and he just pops it off to the right. Matthew Arteta and he goes in to score the local product for the Florida team from the Okapi Wanderers in Miami, and Arteta touches down. Charambira with the kick just a little bit to the left. And I have 22-0. Halftime. And St. Thomas, they're winning ball, and they're dangerous with ball in hand. Baylor has just got to keep the ball away from them. We will be back for the second half. All right, we're back ready for the second half here between Baylor and St. Thomas here at the CRAA D1AA Sevens Championships. Possession domination from St. Thomas, 22-0. Baylor really had one clean possession. Looked pretty dangerous there, and then just a little obstruction call finished that one off. Ball retained by Baylor. Teams are winning their kickoffs. It's pretty impressive in this game. Bears, oh, the kick ahead, why not? Problem is you have to outpace somebody, and Charambira generally outpaces his turn, but he is caught and perhaps dragged into in goal. Just able to, oh, they're just able to get the ball back, and that might have been enough. Racing down the field, it's Mattia Pelva, and Pelva is looking around for help. He's like, hey, could somebody please come here so I can pass to them? And in the end, he goes the distance. Heartbreaker for Baylor because it was almost there. Pelva, who, as the kick goes over from Charambira, and Pelva with the best high school name at this tournament, 12th Belgrade Grammar, Belgrade, Serbia. It's not named after anybody. It's not talking about any scenic thing. It's nothing. It is 12th Belgrade grammar. That's it. What I want to know is how many grammar schools are there in Belgrade? And is it just numbered to number them, or is it a ranking? Ball just retained inside. Very well done by Matuba, and then Arteta comes in, offload, looking for Phillips, doesn't get there, and taken really nicely, in fact, by Bonavedogo. The ball loose back, just rescued. And eventually we're going to go with a knock-on against St. Thomas. Baylor looking to launch something, and they have, you see the pieces, just a couple of pieces here and there. Save Bonavedogo from Fiji, went to high school in Hawaii. He is the scrum half for Baylor. And a big shove from St. Thomas. We saw that before where they forced it. The first try was from a big scrum shove, but Baylor still has it. Nick Beagle, good run from him, good set from him as well. And now the Bears. Bonavedogo dancing around, trying to make that available, but nobody was there. Phillips right over the ball, takes it for St. Thomas. Matuba, Charambira, looking for that loop move. Not sure that was quite communicated to Sotomayor. And a good hard tackle from Baylor, and the ball is knocked forward. And hands on heads a little bit from St. Thomas. This has been really active stuff. Going from 15s to 7s, sometimes the fitness levels are just a little bit different. Couple of subs coming on. Thomas Keenan. Correction, no. They already told me about that. Colby Hand going on. Going on for Baylor. Now working a move off the scrum. Better scrum from Baylor this time. Beagle once again going on the outside, linking with Noriad. Oh, just straight up the middle. And challenging that ball. That's Phillips just going, challenging that one after the clear out. And eventually not rolling away by St. Thomas. Once again going into a number of players. Not 10 by St. Thomas. The tap quickly by Noriad. Beagle. Been a good aggressive runner for Baylor in the second half. They offload Noriad through the middle. Flings a rather speculative pass. And it is picked up by Charambira. He is tackled by Beagle. And now Matuba grabbed by his jersey and then taken down. And 3-on-1, that's a problem for Baylor. And one more pass. Joby Napton, the Englishman, goes in from about 45 meters out, and that will be another try for St. Thomas. And you see the possibilities from Baylor, but they just weren't able to break that last tackle and the speed to the ball. And when there is a turnover, St. Thomas will punish you. And that makes it 36-0. Joby Napton, excuse me, from Halifax in the north of England. Charambira. Good high kick taken by Fritz. It's a good wide run, Beagle. Court Doyle also getting involved. Hand. Once again, Fritz. Fritz challenging the defense. Good combination of power and the work rate off the ball as well. Just about ready to make that offload, and he was hit again and unable to control that ball. Arrigo taken down by Doyle. A good ball movement from St. Thomas. Well, that's going to be a knockout. I think we may see. Yes, that's going to be the end of the game. 36-0 St. Thomas win, but they had to work for it. And Baylor, as I said, a couple of moments where you saw that there's things that they can do and they can be very effective, but ultimately a convincing win for St. Thomas. Talked about them being a favorite, and certainly that hasn't really changed. And we are coming up to the final game of the first round of pool matches with Wyoming against Nebraska. Many of these teams today have not played each other this season in sevens or even in 15s. Wyoming and Nebraska have played each other a couple of times in sevens. They've gone through a few tournaments. And I think it's fair to say that Nebraska might have had the run of that. Not by a drastic measure, though. So the way this goes, we will have this game, which kicks off in about 1 minute, and then we will have a little bit of a break. We won't see another game until about 12. Right now it's 11 minutes to noon Central Time, and at 12:34 Central Time is the scheduled beginning of the next round of pool matches. So there'll be just a little bit of a break. But winners so far today: Western Washington over Texas, Iowa over Minnesota, Iowa State over Oregon, MAU over Texas State. And St. Thomas over Baylor was the last one, and we are ready for Wyoming versus Nebraska. And taking the field, Wyoming Cowboys and the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Huskers are in black, Wyoming in white. Getting ready for this. And Wyoming will be kicking off in just a moment. They'll have seen what St. Thomas can do. That's the team in their pool. This will be quite the battle, I think, within this pool And if we say that St. Thomas is favored, I have no thoughts as to who might take second place. Good lofting kick from Cole Williams. Huskers now immediately look to challenge up the middle. Good sidestep and cut back. That's Christian Meneses, who was outstanding for them in their last tournament. He's dragged down and hurt. High tackle. And we're going to get our first injury timeout. In fact, we've been very, very fortunate so far today. But that's a tough one for Meneses. Christian Meneses Jr. out of Omaha, Nebraska. We will check on that. Meanwhile, just once again, a review of where we are in this tournament. Western Washington and Iowa lead Pool A, with both of them having won games. Western Washington 38-0. So they're and believe it or not, that was their first sevens game since they won the D1AA sevens a year ago. Iowa State and Millennia Atlantic lead in Pool B, both of them having won games. Iowa State 17-12, MAU with the better points difference so far, 24-7. And then St. Thomas has won, and we'll have this game left. Very unhappy news for Nebraska. They lose one of their real danger attacking players as he is assisted off the field. Hopefully it's just something like a sprained ankle that can be ice or something like that. We have no idea what it might be, the injury, and just a shame to see him have to leave. And we are back in the action now. Scrum for Nebraska. They've opted for the scrum. There's a penalty for them, and picked up Fleming. Danger man for them as well. He picks that up, sends that out to Wegman. Fleming just picks up, goes weak. That one's captured. Boyle still with the ball. Good sidestep. He's tackled. Over the ball is Wyoming. And he was he was penalized for diving on the ball. That's a tough one. You go over the ball and you're on your feet and you're pulling, and then the opposing player doesn't clear you out, but instead pulls you down onto the ground. That would be it's a gray area, we'll call it. Scrum down for Nebraska. Fleming, senior architecture major, went to Naperville Central High School. 4-time all-conference. Goes out wide now, looking for the big man, Puchalowski. Good powering run, and then coming around the back, Kupacek. Well tackled. Cowboys defending quite well at the moment. Wegman now. Not really looking to go wide. And then just settling it down. Eamon Boyle. Nebraska trading territory for time. Boyle again, just trying to snipe his way around the weak side. Not really working. Puchalowski now. Fleming in the open field. This is where he is certainly dangerous. Attracts some attention. Dishes it off to Wegman. And yes, unguarded on the weak side. Lucas Fleming in with the try. Nebraska takes a 5-0 lead. Lucas Fleming, who I'm not sure if he's the captain of the team. I think he's the captain of the team. He certainly behaves like one. And one of exactly one senior on this team. Almost the rest of this, everybody else here. A bunch of juniors, about 6 juniors, close to the same number of sophomores, maybe 5 sophomores, and a couple of freshmen as well. But Lucas Fleming, the only senior on this Nebraska squad. Fleming takes the kick. It's a little bit away to the right. Right idea, though. Get it up in the air and to the right of those posts and let the wind take it through. And now Huskers ready to kick off just the 5-0 lead. Wyoming defended fairly well for a while there. A little bit of a line drive kick taken well by Meade. Out it comes through Bibby. Low pass and is unable to hold on to it. A little bit frustrating for Cole Williams. Williams, who played for Pac Rugby as a high schooler out in Colorado. So a good opportunity for Nebraska now. They've got 2 backs to the left. They have a back to the right. Fleming can just follow this ball if they win it. He was just a little bit too anxious there, but a penalty for the drive. Fleming taps, cuts back inside, and not really held in the tackle and dives over. That's his second. And really, once you grab someone by the jersey like that, you got to wrap him up, take him to the ground. If you just swing him around like that, a good, strong player, strong on his feet, will be able to do something with it. So that is a try for Nebraska. 10-0. Fleming with the kick attempt. It's good. So it's Lucas Fleming 12, Wyoming 0. Nebraska will be very happy with that start. And generally, you see with the seeding of these types of tournaments, you expect that's a low kick. Did that bounce before he kicked it? Interesting one. Brian Meade charges ahead, mechanical engineering major out of Cheyenne, right down the street from Laramie. Now the ball goes through the hands, out to that wing. A good little loop move for the Cowboys. Back with the offload, and another offload. It just goes off his chest. Referee says knock on. And that exactly was, you could see what the flow of it, what Wyoming wants to do, and send that loop and then pop it back inside, and then another offload. It was on, it really was, but you got to catch it. So another scrum for Nebraska, is the 3rd or 4th scrum in this half that they've had. A good shove again from Wyoming, but they have it. Huskers sending Puchalowski, and then out to Fleming. Fleming breaks through again. Can they grab him? They're reaching for him. They're not trying to drive in a shoulder, and he offloads Eamon Boyle. Boyle goes to the back, waits for somebody to get close, and touches it down. The sophomore construction management major from Marist High School in Illinois. Marist is a nice, solid rugby program there in the land of Lincoln, and a try for Boyle. Nebraska takes a 17-0 lead. Fleming lines up that kick. I think this is going to be halftime. The kick is over. It is good. That is halftime. 17-0. Nebraska leads Wyoming. We'll be back in a couple of moments to wrap up this first round. And remember, after this, a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back for the second round here at the CRAA D1AA Men's Sevens Championships. Back here for the second half, and kickoff goes directly into touch, and we have a free kick for Wyoming, and that's always something you have to keep an eye on with the restarts. Just make sure they don't give up that free kick. So Wyoming finally able to really work with the ball, and there the hands out to the little left wing, Miles Ponwall. And Miles Porwall, excuse me, I mispronounced that. Miles Porwall, the freshman mechanical engineering major from down the street in Cheyenne, goes in for a try. Very well taken try. And really, all that was hands out to the wing. Just wait a split second for somebody to commit. And the Cowboys will be happy with that, 17-5. Now kickoff, Cole Williams. That one taken by Pulichevsky. Fleming just holding the player off and just saying, just try. Boyle very active, but that offload was quite telegraphed. I think that's Andrew Olson coming in to nab that for Wyoming. Pick up. Now what can they do with it? Pugh, the circle around and straight up the middle. Cade Pugh, another local Wyoming product, mechanical engineering and mathematics major. The kick is good, and just like that, 17-12, we have a one-score game. Nebraska in not total control, but almost total control in the first half. Wyoming hardly saw the ball. There was just a couple of options for them. And, you know, there was that knock on, and it looked like there was a try going to happen. They just settled down a little bit. But remember, all of this started with a restart error. There's a short kick. It's not quite 10. And so, speaking of restart errors, that one hands the momentum back. Fleming starts certainly a planned move. Gets it to Puchalowski. And everybody worries about him, so he just waits and waits. Luke Wegman comes in, takes the pass. And contrary to any rumors you might have heard, he is not the heir to the grocery store chain fortune. Luke Wegman is a biology pre-med major out of Seward, Nebraska, and excellent try for him. The kick also good as he goes in under the post. Fleming, who's logged 14 points in this game, as it is 24-12. Fleming with the kick. That's a nice one. Well taken, though. Dancing around. I believe that was offside against Nebraska. The tap by Williams. The pass. That's a big wide pass. Very speculative. Didn't go to anybody. It is towed ahead. The chase down there by Kubicek. Kubicek with the ball. Where is it? Did he get it down? There's going to be a penalty try. It's going to be a penalty try, I think, for a tackle off the ball before he got it down. There'll be no need for the conversion. It will be a full 7 points. Penalty try. And so If you're not familiar with that, essentially a couple of reasons for a penalty try. One of the more common ones is you're about to score, or you're in the act of scoring, and the defensive team commits an act of foul play against you, say a high tackle, or here a tackle of the player when he didn't have the ball. And what you do is you take the offending player out of the play as if he didn't exist, and then say, would he have scored without that player there? And then the referee concludes yes, then it's a penalty try, and it's an automatic 7 points. And I believe it should be a yellow card as well. Yes. So we do have a yellow card against Cade Pugh. He has to go find the chair of shame to sit in. And we had that comeback well and truly on from Wyoming, and then they gave up the restart error. And what I had talked about was their comeback was sparked by a restart error, kickoff error, right at the beginning of the second half. Once that happened, that gave them the momentum. Then they give it away, and now they gave up a little bit more momentum with a yellow card. But penalty against Nebraska. Ball lost forward. And so Olsen would have liked that one back for sure. Just hoping to try and grab that and really burst onto the ball. Unfortunate. Bastian Juagai coming on from California. As the coaches were joking around, Wyoming, yes, we have a couple of Californians. Neither one of them played rugby in high school. Fleming now for Nebraska. Gets that out to Lynch. Lynch connecting with Heiser. Everybody very low in that breakdown, but it's a holding on penalty, well forced by Wyoming. Poor wall into contact. And that's a rescue from Jurigai. Still running. Big, powerful guy. That offload had no business landing in anyone's hands, but Porwall managed to get it. That sky hook doesn't quite get controlled. They have to make something happen for sure. Some risky stuff from Wyoming, and that will be your ball game. 31-12. Nebraska gets out of it. They were pressured a little bit, and we have wrapped up our first round of games. We will be back here at the D1AA Sevens Championships, and we'll be back in about 20 or so minutes, a little bit more than that, ready for round 2. And we are back. With the CRAA D1AA sevens. We're here for round 2, and it is Western Washington against Minnesota. Western Washington won very impressively in their opening game. But we'll be talking about restarts, and we'll be talking about handling the wind with the restarts. Not a great kickoff for Western Washington to start it off. And Minnesota starts moving it. Once again, using that guy going through Dominic Krelling. Just a little bit of a handling error. And this one of the things we saw with Minnesota was they started to piece things together, and then just one little problem. Their continuity was solid. Weren't able to break through as much, I think, as they would like. Ball movement from Western Washington, pretty impressive. And then spun out through Herring. Oh, they go wide again, looking for that man, Elijah Ashman. Dragged down, and he just lost the ball forward. I think he's asking whether that was a bit of a horse collar tackle. Scrum down now for the Gophers. Still 0-0 here in this second round game. And a couple of good passes. That one went a little bit too far ahead. Gathered by Torbenson, though. The ball, getting over the ball quickly. Charlie Funk forcing that holding on penalty. Tapped quickly by Sakia. Just gathered in by Israel Duncan. Back against Sakia, thinking about his options. George Pritchard. Sakia up through the middle. A little bit of a sidestep. And in fact, that wasn't Sakia, that was Ashman. I should have recognized Ashman from this distance. And Ashman, once again, the finisher for Western Washington. And once again, the Vikings on the scoreboard. And the conversion from Pritchard is good. And the Ashman-Pritchard combination once again proving useful for Western. Remember, they are the defending champions. And even though they graduated a few players, they do have several players who helped win that championship last year back with the team. Gophers struggling. Ball flowing around. Funk trying to do something there and get that ball. Another sort of loose pass. And the pressure coming from the Vikings. Harry Moore getting involved. Oh, a good cutback though. A good change of direction. Once again, they're getting over the ball quickly. This time, Tashney gets out through Kruger. Then to Whitbread. Oh, and almost that interception. Moore trying to come and get that, and you'll see that that's not considered a intentional knock on because he actually touched the ball with both hands, and that's a crucial part of it. You get both hands on the ball, you have a reasonable expectation of being able to catch it. One hand, you don't, so that would be an unintentional knock on. And a penalty against Sakia for just sort of diving on his opposite number. We'll come back to take the tap from the mark. Whitbrode. Dashney. They send it out wide. Wandersee. Kryling. Once again going side to side. Better from Minnesota, but they do struggle to get that last pass to the edge. And that one lost forward. So just a 7-0 lead for Western Washington. They stop for a second just to check on somebody. I think we're just putting a boot back on. Referees will be happy to rush you through a lot of things, but if you need to put your shoe back on, they'll just let you put your shoe back on. And so we are back in action. Now the scrum for Western Washington, up 7-0. Oh, well, remember that they won fairly comfortably in the first half. Big shove from the Gophers. The ball comes out the Minnesota side. The referee's just calling back for a reset, saying that the scrum just spun around too much and he'd just like to see it again. Cleaner ball for Western this time. Ashman going through that gap. I don't think they're going to catch him. That acceleration once more, so useful. And you have to be careful about that. Just take the man with the ball and hope he doesn't pass it too well. But Elijah Ashman in there with, I believe that is his 4th try of the tournament. Just really simple off the scrum, hands out, and you've got Ashman. He had help on the outside, and just a question of whether he needed to use it or not. So it is 12-0, and that will be your halftime score. We'll be back in a moment. Well, we're back for second half. Kickoff from Minnesota. Pritchard takes it for Western Washington. Nice, good going out to the right and then coming right back to the left. Ashman is your guy on the wing, but a forward pass from Pritchard to Ashman. Minnesota will take that. It's only 12-0. The Gophers now with a really good attacking option here. And you think might sometimes have the scrum half put it in from the other side and maybe just go weak. Big shove from Western Washington. An angled shove, however. Penalty against Harry Moore. Tapped by Whitbrode. Big wide pass. This is the sort of thing that's not been helping Minnesota, but rescued by Kryling. Good clear out. The pickup by Wandersee. Back again. Well, just sort of dancing around. That could be a little break. The offload, that works. Whitbrode tackled maybe a little high. Pick up and go, going straight ahead. Inching toward the 22. Gophers now. Whitbrode again. The kick through. Not sure if that was the option that's going to work. Covered by Sakia. But they're going to go back to the penalty. Advantage for, I believe that was a high tackle. We'll see Hayden Whitbrode out of Overland Park, Kansas. Played for Shawnee Mission. Actually, no, we see kicking to touch. Jacob Wandersee, who's out of Minnesota. One of the many players we at Golf Rugby Report recognized in the Hot 100. He was a front row player, but playing sevens as well. So line out to Minnesota because they kicked to touch off the penalty. Little bit of an overthrow. Pritchard has it. Big wide pass to Ashman. Once again, they've got to be really careful about this player, and he's beaten 4, 5, 6. Still going. Elijah Ashman. Tashney dragged him down very nicely. Back through Moore. To Sakia. Out to the right wing. And that's enough. Once everybody worries about Ashman, they can send it to the right wing, and from a scoring chance for Minnesota, Western Washington goes the length of the field and scores once more. Really tough one for Minnesota. We talked about them being able to finish off some of their scoring chances. Weren't able to do that here. Just a little bit frustrating for them, I think. But a good charge down the right sideline from Liam Herring. That's going to make it 17-0. This is when teams have to also worry about managing the load on the players in a tough sevens tournament like this. Do you have everybody play every minute? Do you rest some guys? Do you worry about resting somebody who might be, say, defensively strong for you, and you give up a couple of soft tries? You have to be careful of all of that stuff. High tackle against Western. Tyshney. And a mistake there. Knock on inside the 22. Really can't afford to do that. Not quite sure what the plan was there. And just we were talking about substitutes. And on comes Lyndon Bailey. Freshman who played for the San Mateo Wolverines last year. He was the captain of the team that won the Tier 2 in the high school national championships, and has been really outstanding, going straight into the starting for the 15s team. Now that scrum goes down to the ground. Referee will check on that. Out we go. Looking for that straight line through the middle. Lost forward. Western would have wanted to have executed on that one. There was not a ton of pressure on them. Just making sure you get that floaty little pass that's very catchable. And another penalty against Western for the way they're scrimmaging. Referee does not like that angle they're taking. They've got to drive square, tap and go. Tyshney. Tyshney's still working his way through. Whitbrode. They're going up the middle. Whitbrode again, this time going to the left. Wandersea. This is better from Minnesota, but still slow ball coming out the back. Now they go far to the right. Little dummy from Nebel. Tyshney digging it out. Going through several phases, but not really making a ton of territory. And Western looking very comfortable defensively. Tyshney once again, good little switch move. But player isolated. Yep, that will be a penalty all day and night. Right over the top was Pritchard, and that will be a penalty against Minnesota. And you see that they're frustrated, trying to make ground, and that will be your ball game. I would think neither team really overjoyed with the performance. Western will have wanted to have scored one or two more tries in this. They win 17-0. Minnesota, they had the ball and just unable to make significant ground. So we will be back in a moment with our next match. And here we are in the second round of Pool A at the CRAA Men's D1AA Sevens Championships. We just saw Western Washington win their second in a row. I believe both of those were shutouts. I think that is exactly right. And one of the victims of those shutouts was University of Texas. And they will be facing University of Iowa. Iowa beat Minnesota in the last game 31-7. Texas really didn't get out of the blocks all that well in that first game. So we'll see what they're able to do. Kicking off as they are. Longhorns kicking off to the Hawkeyes. Good high kick going up for it, and it lands into the hands of Aiden King, but lost forward right after that. I think we're going to see quite a few hard hits in this one. Put in for Michael Johnson. All Heart of America player is Johnson. He has a very good game in the opener. And Johnson fakes that little switch move, gets it out wide. Guess who? Renheimer. Renheimer looking for a little bit of help. Abbas Kemokai comes in. And Kemokai is going to go in for the try. Heimer, been kind of a try machine, points machine for Iowa, but was quite happy not to finish that one off and get one of his teammates over for the score. Kemokai is working on his associate's degree in electrical engineering. And out of Liberia, the kick is good, and 7-0, just like that. Iowa executing a planned play off the scrum. And now they kick off. Texas, ball handling been a bit of an issue. Getting those accurate passes going. And they go back to the other side. Looking to see if they can bust through. King shoved back, and that's counter ruck that works for Iowa. And the ball was just sort of lying there, and I think King thought he could go and get it again. And referee does what sometimes referees do when it's a little bit frantic, is they call a knock-on. So we have, once again, a scrum for Iowa on the left side of the field. Last time it was well inside their half. This time it's well inside Texas's half. Heimer now setting up as the first receiver. Johnson grabbed nicely by Broadnax. Going wide is Iowa. Texas up, but are they up too quickly? Was that offside? Not rolling is the call. And Iowa will call for the scrum. And you do that because then you get 4 players all in one spot. Good little harassing move there by Alex Broadnax, though. The straight Jesuit product. Oh, we were going to go for the quick tap, but the referee said, no, you tapped from the wrong spot. So Johnson. Reimer, Ports. Back to Reimer. Reimer with the sidestep and then straight up. Look at that acceleration. A little bit of broken play, but ultimately it worked out for Iowa. Renheimer is in. Kick is good, and that will make it 14-0 for Iowa, and they really are able to. Thank you. They're really able to defend, and mostly it's defense based on just getting the ball back. Tapped back nicely by Mulders. Once again, Texas. They have to be good around the breakdown. King. Mulders clearing out. Picked up by Lehman. High tackle against Iowa. Max Lehman taps and goes through Toglia. And the Longhorns go off on the short side. The offload is there. Well, it wasn't quite there. Tried to make the one-handed catch. And you know what? I'm not sure we're giving style points out. I think the execution needs to be there for the Longhorns. A little bit frustrating for them. Ends up being a knock-on. And here comes Iowa again off the scrum. The scrum has been the launching pad for them. And there it is. 2-on-1. Heimer sends it out. And they're going to call that back. You know, that was set up so nicely, but a little bit of extra, what was it? Over enthusiasm. And you outrun your teammate, and you end up being too flat, and they send you a forward pass. And now we see the free kick off the scrum. Back comes Texas. And they go back well to the left side, come back to the right side. Again with the passes, Mulders. And the offload. That's working well for them. A good, what they call the down under, a don't argue. Not really rolling is Iowa. They've got to be careful about that. It was a good run from Toglia. Dummying through the offload once again to Shaheen. Mulders. Oh, the pass off the face, and then passed off to Bernitsas. They've got to keep it there, but that offload didn't go to hand and instead picked up by A.J. Douglas. And Iowa now, once again, looking to punish on the turnover. Kemokai just barely stopped. Once again going out. Sending it wide. And that ball is lost forward, and that will be the end of the half. Both sides trying to push it a little bit. And Texas almost got something going. 14-0, Iowa leads. We'll be back in a minute or two for the second half. come sit down here. And we are back with second half. 14-0 lead for Iowa. And Texas still trying to move that ball. And that Alex Broadnax dragged down. And once again, Iowa gets the ball back. Iowa still sending it out. They're looking to use Douglas if they can. And kicking for distance. There's the chases on. Guess what? Renheimer. And Renheimer would like to say hi to his grandma, by the way. She's watching from Ireland, and he's going to go score a try. So fantastic. Great job. Now, we are going to do an interview while we're talking. Elijah? All right, just making sure. I don't want to be, I don't want to be as any more wrong than I normally am. Okay, so while we were looking at this, we're interviewing Elijah Ashman from Western Washington, and scored the first try of the tournament.
Yes, sir.
And a few more after that. How's it going?
It's going great so far. I mean, it was a little hard for us coming out. We didn't really play any sevens as a team before this tournament, so it's hard getting used to it from 15s, but I feel like we've adjusted pretty well so far.
Yeah, that's right. So you haven't been playing any sevens, really. You won the championship last year, and then your first sevens tournament is this. How difficult is it to make the switch?
I got it a little bit easier because I did have the opportunity to play a sevens tournament before this, but as a team, it was real tough. I mean, we really relied on just scrimmages against ourselves and kind of our second seven to push us and help us to get game-like situations. But so far, it's been turning up real well. Our defense has been perfect.
Yes, right. You haven't given up a point. I mean, is that a point of pride for you not to give up a point?
Definitely. I think if you just look at our games last year, I think we had maybe 2 tries scored on us all tournament. We get some really hard defenders and some guys who haven't played sevens, but it's real easy to teach sevens defense. So.
You don't return everybody from last year. Who are some of the newer guys who've made an impact?
Really big addition to our team is Sho Sakia. He plays for WAC rugby with me, and he came out. He was at a community college playing some men's club, and he came out, and he's been electric for us today. Obviously, we have Charlie Funk returning. He's always great. He got MVP last year, but just the freshmen. We have a ton of big freshmen that are playing in the forward pack. Lyndon Bailey, Animal, George Pritchard, who usually plays 12 and 15s. He's a big lad.
George features pretty heavily in your sevens attack, and we were just talking about Lyndon Bailey, former San Mateo Wolverine. So, so what's your target? Win this thing?
Yeah, obviously that's always going to be our target, is just to win the entire thing. I know there's going to be some tougher teams this year than last year. I know STU is looking wonderful. Right here, this is going to be our hardest game of the day is against Iowa.
And as we see Texas burst through, and that would be Nicholas Mulders, who's had probably the best player for Texas so far. Texas gets in with a try, so that's good. But you see Iowa as certainly a challenge, right?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, they're putting on a good showing right now against Texas. They put on a good showing against Minnesota. Pretty similar margins between when we played Texas and Minnesota, so it looks like it's going to be a battle at the end of the day. It's going to be for the pool, because if it looks like they're going to win this one, so we'll both be 2-0 after this game. So it'll be to win for the pool. It's going to be a hard one for the fellas. It's definitely going to be the most fast-paced game that we played all day. But I'm looking forward to it. They look like they got some guys out there, some people that can carry. And just hoping to keep that bagel on the board, man.
Yeah, that's right. Keep the bagel on the board. Awesome. Well, best of luck the rest of the way. Thank you so much. All right, Elijah Ashman coming in to talk to us from Western Washington. So as he said, they take pride in the shutout. Meanwhile, Iowa giving up a try. I think it was good reward for the hard work from Texas. They wanted to get that try. Still, however, Iowa leads. And now I believe the 21-7, the kick ahead. Now what? And there, that's going to be a penalty all day. When somebody slides down to pick up a ball that's rolling on the ground, you can't just dive on them. You have to let them get back up, and that's a discipline issue there. So penalty for Texas. Going to have to make something happen there, but then a mistake. A little bit of a frustration once again. Oh, back we go with it. After a discussion, it's going to be a penalty for Texas, and they've taken the tap. Once again, they're trying to get through the middle. They've got to roll away before they can attack that ball. Toglia, Mulders, get that out wide to Branicaccio, and out once again through, just ankle tap down. Mulders picks up, he stretches over. It's another try. Tell you what, Nicholas Mulders, who's from Wicklow, Ireland, has been their best player. He played for Ireland under-18s and Leinster under-18s, and you can see his understanding of the kind of work rate that's required. But that will be it, 21-12. Quite the battle here in this second round. Iowa, though, moves to 2-0.
Sometimes if there's a kick or something happens, he loses sight, so you have to switch forward, and you go to the other camera. So that's why you have to pay a lot of attention. Here, scoring is very simple here. We're not doing reads today. I'm going to get Alex on that tomorrow. That's the other piece. But the big part here is as sort of produced it, is making sure that as much as possible the ball stays in play. Okay. So you're just watching and you want the best experience. Like what would you want to see on YouTube? You want to see it up close most of the time. Yeah. But sometimes it's like crazy.
All right, everybody, we are back for one more game here as we go on through the second round of the men's CRAA D1AA Sevens Championships here at the University of Kansas. Is a fantastic rugby facility here in Lawrence, Kansas. Gorgeous day, beautiful field. You can't see the field that's behind me, but that's the warm-up field, which is just as beautiful as this one. Nice little crowd coming out to watch. Good, passionate rugby community here in Kansas, Kansas City area. Some good high school rugby as well. And they've come out to watch the Sevens today. We have Iowa State kicking off against Texas State. And the Bobcats looking to perhaps produce a little bit of an improvement. They struggled to finish off chances against MAU. There's a lost ball forward. Iowa State, they won their first game 17-12. Were under, they were up 17-0, and then the second half was not great for them. So both of these teams would prefer to have a better second half. Ian Klein gets that at the back of the scrum, sent out through Teed. A little bit of a dancing move. Klein grabs it, and a quick ball out to Miller, back inside to Cahill. Not rolling away against the Bobcats. Klein taps quickly to English. And once again, ball moving. Very nice from Iowa State. Not afraid to just offload. Bouncing ball to Marcus Teed. Like a lot of these players, a product of the Iowa High School Sevens league that they play. Klein once again steps inside, just stays on his feet. English does well. And then just the pickup and the offload out the back door. Justin Johnson, the recipient of the pass from Jack Cahill, and he is in for the try. Johnson, well, rarity in this team is that he's not from Iowa, but he's from Michigan. It's like a whole other country, but gets that little chicken wing pass from Jack Cahill, who's from Ankeny High School, Ankeny Centennial High School, and as I said, through the Iowa program. So there, the kick is good as well from Johnson, and it is 7-0 Iowa State. Johnson with the restart. Just barely gathered in, but now the Bobcats can do something about it. Just go through a little half break. Good fend. And Texas State trying to operate something, a little bit of a fake and go from Cole Douglas. Same deal as well, just faking that pass and just going the other direction, but that ball is loosened up, comes out of the hands in the tackle, and Iowa State's going to get that back, take that scrum. As we said, both of these teams had probably a better first half than a second half in their first game. Klein to Teed. Johnson going around the edge. Drops it off to Fisher. Fisher inside to Teed again. Big, long, wide pass out to Cahill. One more pass. English now with it. This is good stuff from Iowa State. Have to say we saw that one coming. That dummy decline was going to do a keeper. Not a great offload. It's lost. Texas State has it. Going straight up the middle. Offload's not there. Boot to ball, just kick downfield. I think they would have liked that to make a little bit more territory, but it does slow things down a bit. Line out for Iowa State then. Inside the Texas State half. They'll take that's tapped down, but it's a loose ball, towed ahead. Bobcats still trying to make that work. Well, you know, there was a tackle there, and then we had a player trying to block that pass. English now with the ball for Iowa State. Very fractured field. Texas State perhaps feeling a little bit hard done by, but Zach English is going to gallop in, maybe canter in. Another Ankeny product, and he goes in for the try for Iowa State. We did have that tackle and the option for the offload, and so can you say that that's a tackle in a ruck and there was an offside line, or was that open play? That's the debate. And then really there's no debate because the ruling has already been made. Johnson with the kick is good. It is 14-0. It's kind of a line drive kick. Difficult to gather, but done well, in fact, by Alvarez. And then cut through. What a great break. Terrific line. And then he goes, angled to the outside. Devin Flynn just straight through. A huge try for Texas State. Offensive Player of the Year for the 15s team for Texas State, Devin Flynn, and you can see why. Just given a little bit of space. And the kick is away. So 14-5. Just enough time perhaps for the restart here in this first half. Iowa State holding on to that lead. Texas State will be very happy with that just to get something. Maybe build on that. Under it is Miller. And quickly they go wide. Johnson. Johnson still charging ahead. Oh, he looked like he lost that forward. Yes, assistant referee saw it. That'll be the end of your first half. And 14-5, Iowa State leads here in this second round. We'll be back for the second half in a moment. second half just about ready to kick off. Some plans for Texas State now. And it will be the Bobcats, in fact, who kick off. Cyclones looking to hold on to a 14-5 lead. And a big high kick. Right under it. Well taken. Marcus Teed just holds on, but that ball is taken away from him, not rolling away against Texas State. Tapped by Miller. Klein. Johnson. Johnson dragged down. Klein sends it wide again. They want to unleash Teed on the outside. Tackled but not pushed into touch. English through a tackler. English through another tackler. And Zach English will take his second try in as many line breaks. And that will be a big one for Iowa State. Cahill will in fact take this kick. And pulls it a little bit to the left. So 19-5. That's a bit of a let-off for Texas State because now they're still within 2 scores. Cahill with the restart. Good deep restart. Bobcats get under it. Moving that ball back and forth, but that defense from Iowa State really causing them problems. And in from the side against Iowa State. Perhaps a little bit fortunate for Texas State because they had that hand in their own ruck. And they're knocked forward. And that's the sort of thing that really can deflate a team. They have a chance to do something with it, and then just a small knock on. Back with the scrum for Iowa State, and the Cyclones will take that all day. Up now 19-5. They score one more time. They'll be up by 3 scores, and it'll be a really difficult mountain for Texas State to climb. Klein with the put-in. Comes back, gets it to Teed. Cahill linking up with Fisher. Fisher held up in the tackle a little bit. Now he's down. Now that's a tackle. Teed once again to Klein. Klein running the ball less and just distributing a little bit more. Cleary with it. Penalty offside against Texas State. They're not 10. Referees sort of cutting a little bit of slack against Texas State there. Klein has gone. Teed cuts back. He's still there. Tackled just short of the line. Penalty. What? And we'll see the quick tap. And that should be Jack Cahill who tapped that and went over. Texas State perhaps a little bit fortunate that, as they just checked that, a little bit fortunate they didn't get a yellow card. A couple of penalties in really close to the try line. And Cahill adds the extra 2 as well. So that makes it 26-5, and now a much more difficult situation for Texas State. When they had that penalty inside their 22, they probably needed to not be so rushed and make sure that passes go to hand, but this is well fielded. Good run from Nick Woods. Up the middle. Bobcats still trying to get out of their own half. And a loose ball scooped up. And that will be another try for Iowa State. And that really puts it away for the Cyclones. And that, I believe, was Bo Wadley with the pickup and try. Actually, no, Bo Wadley is coming onto the field right now. Kick is away. But at 31-5, Iowa State well in control. Good high kick from Cahill. Bobcats. You hear his coach yelling, "Back yourself." And I think sometimes that's what this game is about, just saying, hey, I'm just going to keep going. The offload off the ground. Kick ahead. There's not much of a chase from Texas State, though. And it'll be a penalty for essentially running an obstructive line. Probably against Tucker Lehman. And Lehman coming in with a really good poach, forcing that holding on penalty. And they'll tap, and I think they will kick to touch. And that will be your ball game. A fairly comprehensive performance from Iowa State. Texas State maybe back to the drawing board a little bit. And we will be back in a moment with the next match, which is St. Thomas versus Baylor. No? St. Thomas versus Baylor is later, right? Actually, it's Oregon MAU. That will be the next one. Well, welcome back, everybody. We are deep into pool play here at the CRAA men's D1AA sevens at University of Kansas. Is really just terrific rugby facility. I've never been here before, and I've been told I'm supposed to come, and finally I get here, and boy, it's just lovely. What a great day. Two fantastic fields. All of the things, little things like the goalposts are nice and straight and look great, and it's been a really good place to have this tournament. Good crowd, people coming, just rugby people around the area. And the University of Oregon takes on Millennia Atlantic here, and brilliantly taken in the air by the Ducks. Excellent work from Cormac O'Flaherty. And quickly the ball goes out for Oregon, looking to attack. And why wouldn't you? Being very aggressive, just maybe a shade offside there, MAU, but Oregon still working the ball. MAU coming up hard on defense. There's the fend and the cut right through the middle. And there the try right under the post. I believe that is Taishi Konoike, the sociology major from Tokyo. And an excellent start for Oregon against a MAU Macaw's team that looked so strong in the opening round of games. So 7-0. Ducks lead. And that all came from retaining that kickoff. Every time you can retain your own kickoff, that's like a bonus possession. Another, this is a dinky one. Oh, that works perfectly. And that has been called a knock-on. And yeah, so Liam Weir went up in the air, get his hand up there, try to knock it backwards, called a knock-on, brought back. And the Macaws start. Now keep an eye on this number 9, Bruno Tavanti. He is a scampery little fella, and he scored a couple of tries for MAU in the first game. Good shove from Oregon, but MAU has it. Looking to go straight out to the edge. Cut back inside. There's no tackles really being laid in by Oregon, so MAU now has some opportunity. Slow going up the middle. Now they're calling for it. Good quick pass, catch pass. And still they move it. McCaw's looking very good, but the tackle and Oregon driving them back just a little bit. And this time coming in to rescue that, and MAU diving onto the ground. Can't do that. And a yellow card, maybe a comment or two. A free exchange of ideas, but you don't get to do that with the referee. So there's going to be a yellow card. And here goes Oregon. And there is the fend again. They were just a little bit lackadaisical trying to corral Konaike. And Tanaishi Konaike is in for his second try. Just somewhat casual and trying to make that tackle, and he's fended them off. The kick is good. We have 14-0 for Oregon, and that yellow card period has just started, really. And technically, you're not supposed to start it until the player is sitting down on the chair, or at least has left the field, and he hadn't even left the field. Up in the air again, Weir tries to get that. That one is knocked forward rather clearly, but you can see their intent getting that ball up in the air and sending a player who can cover some ground and get up in the air to try and tap it back. Just the timing a little bit off. So you see now with the scrum for MAU. They've only got the 2 back, so they're going to try and make more. Well, going through. Held up there now. Is that held up? Macaws have it. Pressure defense from the Ducks. Well done by MAU to keep that ball. And there's the offload. Excellent work. But that ball is a little funny shape. Does bounce strange directions occasionally. And eventually it'll be a knock forward by MAU. And that will be the expiration of the yellow card. Back to full strength are the Macaws, but they are down 14-0. Couple of changes on both sides. Don Paulino, first-year player out of Father Duenas Memorial High School in Guam, comes on for Oregon. And just straight out, a little loop move. And instead of taking it up, he's going to pass. And a good tackle, very nicely executed tackle by Alessandro Araghini. Pulls Oregon player into touch. He doesn't make that tackle, that might be a try. Coming to the closing seconds or so of this first half. 14-0 Oregon. MAU really would like to exploit this last chance. Get that score, get that momentum back maybe. And not rolling away, not really making an attempt. Sometimes when you get trapped in there, you still have to look like you're trying to make that attempt. Koduti was making that big charge up the middle. He's the one who forced it. So the kick to touch on the penalty. Remember that the line out remains part of the penalty move. So we're not finished with the half yet. Tavanti with the throw in. Stolen. And the referee has called a free kick. I think closing that tunnel. Pushing maybe. Tavanti now. Out wide. It just one more pass. No problem at all. And MAU just got the sense that they were going to score off that original line out after that tackle. And yes, they have. Closing it down to 14-5 with the kick to come. And the kick is up and away to the left. So the Ducks will take a 2-score lead into the halftime break. We'll be back for the second half. And this one is really shaping up to be an exciting one here at the CRAA D1AA Sevens Championships. Getting ready for this second half now. 14-5, Oregon leads. A very quick but intense huddle under the shade of the tarp for MAU, looking to see what they can do to get back in front. Well, get in front, and I think they'll want to win the ball. I mean, that's been the story of this game, winning your own restart, and there are a number of teams actually this entire weekend that have been working hard to try to win their own kickoffs. And when they've been successful, that has made a major difference. This time, very close to getting theirs, and MAU loses that ball forward, so it'll be a chance for something to happen with Oregon. They put Konaike at that first receiver position, running a little switch move, and Konaike is there for the return pass, and he is on his way in to score under the post. What a superb offload, and I wish I had seen who had given that pass. Not quite sure, but a fantastic movement and an excellent response for the Ducks after giving up that try just before halftime. They get that scrum and they run their play. The kick is away to the left. But Ty Konaike has scored all 3 tries for Oregon in this match. Good high kick. McGahee's going to go up for that one. He doesn't quite get it. It's gathered by MAU. Good wide pass. Trying to use Tavanti. The offload isn't quite there. That ball is lost. And those little ball handling things just letting MAU down a little bit. The Macaws looked rather impressive in there. I mean, they're still playing well, but not quite piecing it together. But the Macaws did look very impressive, beating Texas State 24-7 in their opener. And Oregon lost to Iowa State 17-12. So with Iowa State winning their second one, this game is essentially for second in the pool. Konaike is just smashed. But a high tackle. Have to be careful with that, especially tackling shorter players. Not 10. Oregon still putting pressure on MAU. And there, oh, just an ankle tap causing a flip. And the referee says that that was held in the tackle and should have released. Another penalty, not rolling away. MAU looking a little bit tired there, having to defend quite a lot, and they're just taking a moment to catch their breath. That looked like potentially a breakaway try for Andrew Prentice, but he was ankle tapped. That doesn't touch McGahee. Offloads to Weir. McGahee again. Prentice. The offload again. Weir, they're looking for that offload. That's cut back inside. Offside. That was a tackle, and therefore an offside line is created. Referee says he didn't go around. Still moving the ball fairly well, Oregon. Just as I say that, of course, commentators curse. The ball is dropped forward. We do see another reserve coming on. Colin Sweeney coming on for Oregon. Some fresh players to they would hope, close it out there. It's a 14-point lead for the Ducks. So MAU still certainly in with a shout. They do need to score now. And the inside ball, that looks very good. The Macaws going for it. Good tackle, open field tackle there from Don Paulino. Once again, just getting to play so much in the middle of the field, or MAU. I think they'd like to play a little bit wider. But a penalty advantage against Oregon once more. Ladon with the offload. Back inside. Here come the Macaws again. And all the way out to the outside. Maximo Ladon in at the corner. And you get the feeling maybe Oregon will take that. Yes, they give up the try, but if they give up that try out wide, that kick's just that much more difficult. They miss this kick. This is still a 2-score lead for Oregon. So Ladon lining up that kick. And just away to the left. And it will be 19-10 so far. So still a 9-point lead for Oregon. Two unconverted tries will do it for MAU. They do well to retain that one. Very well done up in the air. Two players going up for it in the air. Again, Oregon find themselves defending in this second half. Good busting run. Batista Margaret lowered a shoulder, didn't he? Ladon, a kick ahead now. Not controlled. And the kick, he's going to go and he's going to score that. Not controlled well. Ladon came chasing after it. They weren't able to touch it down. And the kick is good. And now 19-17, and that will be it. It wasn't quite enough. And Oregon, I don't know if they even know that they've won this game. Oregon holds on to win that one, 19-17. All right, well, St. Thomas versus Wyoming. That will be the next game. That was a big win for Oregon, because now they can look at that. We were talking about that close loss, and I think the close loss, if you're going to lose, you can and get into that semifinal, you do that with points difference. So they lost 17-12. They won this one 19-17 by my count. Which means if they win the next one, they'll be in the plus. And that's going to be the points difference situation is going to be very important. It's a corrected score for them against Iowa State. I had them at 17-14, and then it was 17. It was listed at 17-12. It's actually 19-14, but the point still holds. MAU at 1-1. Iowa 2-0. Western Washington 2-0. The winner of that will be in the semifinals. The loser of that quite possibly could be, because both teams have very solid points differences. So if it's moderately close, the losing team might well make that semifinal. But again, Oregon at 1-1 with a points difference currently of only -3. And then Iowa State at 2-0 with MAU to come. And I don't count out MAU in that game either. So we could possibly be seeing 3 teams at 2-1. Meanwhile, taking the field, the University of Wyoming, which will be in the mountain jerseys. It looks like the mountains over the sunset over the mountains, and St. Thomas in their traditional maroon and blue. Kicking off for St. Thomas, Welton Chatambira. Good high kick, good chase from the Bobcats. Once again, Wyoming, though, looking immediately to go strong up the left side. Isaac Ranwheeler. And he just kept driving his legs, powering through. Gotta love having somebody like that on the one wing for a Sevens team. And quickly out to the right side. Cowboys looking to attack, looking to run hard. But at the same time, I think they'll want to be careful with their ball handling. Penalty against St. Thomas. Cole Williams kicking to touch. We've seen a few teams miss touch. That one is quite the touch finder. In fact, really against the wind as well. And he gets that about as close as you could possibly get. Line out now for the Cowboys. Just about, looks like 7 meters from the St. Thomas line. They take it. Thought about going straight ahead and then decided to pop it out the back. Bybee. Big wide pass now to the left side. Good fend and a break. And an excellent pass out to Porwall. Brian Mead made that happen. Fending off and then just challenging a defender before the offload to Miles Porwall. Porwall goes in for the try, and have to say, that's a little bit of a surprise. St. Thomas certainly looked very, very dangerous in their opening game, and Wyoming have taken it right to them. And what an excellent kick. From out wide, straight down the middle. That was Cole Williams, construction management major. Mentioned played for Pac Rugby in Colorado. Not a lot of players played rugby before they got to Wyoming, a few of them. Oh, but then here comes St. Thomas. Quick ball, out wide. Trying to get that back to Matuba Tuba. He's able to control it. A little bit fortunate on that call, but Probably did go backwards, and right off that, Charambira goes straight down the left sideline. Shapang Matubatuba is in there in support, and those two are a deadly combination for sure. And an answering try right off the restart from St. Thomas. Charambira with the kick. Just a little bit to the outside. Shapang Matubatuba, engineering major out of Port Elizabeth, South Africa, went to the famed Grade High School. Little dinky kickoff, but it didn't pay off for St. Thomas. Grabbed nicely by Porwall. Williams sends it wide. This is your power runner, Ranweiler, excuse me. And again, he carries a couple of players with him. That's the idea. Bibby. Out to Pugh. Good clear out from Porwall. Bibby again. Williams. Oh, the sidestep. Oh! Sidestepped himself into the ground. Mead. Good offload off the deck. This is excellent stuff from Wyoming. Slow ball coming out. They're going to go pick and go straight ahead. And he's going to be held up too. And there were so many players available. And we will go back now with scrum 5. Wyoming still on the front foot. They've got chances here. They've lined them up a little bit to the left, but you'd think gigantic space out there to the right. But that's all right. They're going to go straight through again. And it's there with one more pass. And, well, they made it tough on themselves, but they did score. And the Cowboys add to their slim lead. That makes it 12-5. Should put you on. And with the 12-5 lead now, well taken by St. Thomas. And again, they just look to immediately go. And Charambira trying to go outside. He is taken into touch, and they understand you can't give him a step. And that line out, that's good. Nobody contested it, so there's not a no straight call. Oh, big, powerful hit. Is that high? What was the... Not sure what the call is there. Oh, a high fend. And that can happen. You put your elbow up to fend away the tackler. If you pop that elbow out, that can be dangerous play. The offload's coming. Phillips sending one. Matuba looking for his options. Wyoming has been defending well. Crawford, the offload, another charge, almost inevitable, really. I think that was Fernandez going in for the try. Right under the posts. And that, with the kick is good. That's going to tie it up. 12-12, halftime. What a game we've got going. Let's see. I've got 12. Well, we've had some dramatic games in this round 2 of pool play, and this one is as dramatic as any we've seen before. The previous one ended in 1917. This one is 12-12. Oh, you got to hate the restart errors. Momentum so important in this game. And Wyoming wanting to make something happen on that kickoff, and then instead they don't go 10. And Welton Charambira popping it off to Matuba. Charambira once again, he's got help on the outside. He's flung to the ground summarily, and that's going to be a knock forward. And that is the approach from Wyoming. They are going to hit you, and they're going to hit you hard. And their intention is to force a couple of knock-ons and turnovers. So far, it's been paying off relatively well. You see a couple of times both teams had chances to score and didn't really execute on there. Wyoming now wanting to go wide. Porwall dragged down into touch. Yeah, you've got to admire his confidence to try and take that edge against what probably has to be said, not one of the fastest players, Adamo, but Adamo was up to the task. The wind's really whipping up right now. Going to be throwing into the teeth of it. St. Thomas deciding to go straight ahead. That's Owen Phillips from Old Albanians Rugby Club. But he loses it in contact again. Every time there's a tackle that forces a knock on or a turnover, big cheers from the Wyoming bench. This could be an interesting one as well in terms of ramifications within the pool. Wyoming, who lost to Nebraska, and what if this game ends in a tie? Williams looking, he probably could have given that a little bit earlier. Rolling ball, but still Wyoming has it. They don't seem to be too worried about an iffy ball. That one is called forward. Cade Pugh gives a look as if perhaps of disbelief. So if you consider St. Thomas, if this game is a tie, St. Thomas comes in with a win and a tie, playing against the Nebraska team who looked very good in their opener. Nebraska will be playing Baylor in the next game. And what if Nebraska wins that? Big shove from Wyoming. Matuba trying to make that move. His offload looks like that went forward. Referee playing advantage on that. And once again, Wyoming going wide, looking to use Ranweiler. The kick downfield, nicely done by Williams. The chase, Phillips. He got up, he went back down again. So referee says, yeah, that's fine. Matuba now. This is exactly where he wants to be in open field. Sends the pass to Charambira. Little switch inside. And that could be it right there. Arteta. Matt Arteta, they put him on as that impact sub. And that's going to be a try under the posts, kind of out of nothing, which is what St. Thomas does very, very well. Huge try for the Bobcats. And that will make it 17-12. Charambira is going to take the maximum amount of time, because they know this has been a battle, an absolute battle. This has really been a game where you wonder what was going on in the first game. It was actually close for a while, Wyoming versus Nebraska, but then they struggled after that. This is a Cowboys team that really showed up in this second match. Still there is time. It is 19-12. Good kick from Charambira. And off they go. Cowboys have to do something now. Gathered up by Bibby. A little bit more old style sevens. He's sort of standing there waiting for the defense to commit. Now the hands come. There's just a little bit of a skill breakdown. Probably for the first time this whole game. The ball handling has been very strong for Wyoming. A couple of low passes they've been able to pick up. That one was a little bit too low. And as the subs come on, try to finish off this game 19-12. Wyoming has a long way to go. They'll need that converted try to tie it up. This is pool play, so if it ends in a tie, it ends in a tie. There will be no overtime. We only worry about that when we get to the knockout rounds. Scrum comes wandering around. There was a mess there, but St. Thomas just going to hold on to it a little bit. Charambira now drawing the defense and just setting a teammate free. John Arrigo goes in. The New Yorker try under the post. And the score sheet is probably going to say something along the lines, there's the kick, 26-12, but it was far from that comfortable for St. Thomas. They needed 2 tries in the last minute or so and were under serious, serious pressure. And this was a game that Wyoming certainly could have won. St. Thomas will be very glad they got out of it. This one. Here we go. While we are waiting for the next game, Seth Akpovina, coach at University of Kansas, also working the production side, and right now typing in the names of the teams that are coming up on your score sheet. But also observing these games at the same time. I'm going to put him under pressure. Seth, what are you seeing?
A lot of good rugby today. So far, it looks like St. Thomas and Western Washington look to be pretty strong, with a couple other schools being good contenders as well.
For those who don't know, and I have to confess my ignorance, I didn't know how nice this rugby facility is. This is a great place to play rugby.
Oh, it's one of a kind. We have a great network of old boys that help us out. 2 full pitches out here, locker rooms that recently got added in, bathrooms with running water, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, running water. That's nice. That's nice. But you know what? The quality of the fields. Today's a beautiful day, right? The setting with the trees all around, and it looks to me like a bunch of people came out to watch who are, I don't know, alumni or just fans of the game in the area.
Yeah, it's a great day for it. The weather's nice. There's few places I'd rather spend a Saturday than Westwood Rugby Complex.
Yeah, you know, we're lucky. What you know, in terms of coming back to this weekend, we've seen some teams that are looking good. A couple of them struggling, especially bouncing between 7s and 15s. Some teams talk about it being difficult. Some talk about it being maybe not that difficult. It sort of depends.
Yeah, I think it kind of depends on what you have player-wise within your clubs. So if you have a team that's very forward-heavy, that might be a bit more of a difficult transition. But if you have quite a few backs, a lot of loose forwards, it's pretty easy to manage that.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, we don't see Kansas here. How come?
We weren't fortunate enough to qualify for it.
There you go. It just didn't happen. It's great that you're hosting it though, because you know that I don't know. It's really good to have that. Not like, oh well, we didn't qualify, so we're not going to be involved. Instead, you guys are all making it happen.
Oh yeah, it's great. The opportunity to host is amazing, and we have quite a few of our players out here,
Right.
anyways, volunteering and just helping keep things going.
Excellent. And now, you tell me what's next for you.
So actually, next week, my girlfriend and I will be going out to Adelaide, South Australia.
Love it.
For 2 months to play a bit of rugby down there.
Excellent. All right. So you don't want to spend any summertime anywhere. You're just going to go from fall, winter, spring, back to fall again.
It's actually going to be winter down
Winter,
there, which is very nice. I'm looking forward to it. It should be in the mid to high 60s the whole trip.
All right, that's no problem. That's excellent.
Yeah, it
Very
definitely
good.
beats Kansas winter, and for sure.
Well,
beats a
well
Kansas
that's
summer.
true. Very true. All right. Well, Baylor is on the front foot And a tap penalty. Jack Mullins with that offload. Big, tall man. And Mullins is going to dig it out and pick it up and go over. Good try. And, hey, you know, if you've got somebody with that height, he can just fall over from a couple of meters away. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's nice to have those rangy second row forwards who can pretty much score or tackle from seemingly anywhere.
One of the things, I mean, we see in this level of college rugby, the whole discussion, you know, you're looking for players with height who also have fitness and some pace and some ball handling skills. And a lot of times it's like, well, if you did that, you put him at number 8. But if you can get some guys who can actually play lock, that's like a luxury almost.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to find true second rowers.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's nice when that happens. Every now and then a team shows up with them, and that's exciting. So that's good. Good try from Mullins. The kick is away, 5-0. Mullins, who played at Culver Military Academy, which had a really great program there for a while, and comes in with a good try for Baylor. Now Nebraska. And this is the man, right? Lucas Fleming chips it ahead, picks it up. Mullins is the one who's got him, trying to push him into touch, but Fleming flings it back inside. Ryberg has picked it up, taken down, gets back up, driven forward. Nolan Hill. Now, not the greatest pass out there. The ball goes askew somewhere. Knocked down. Referee says play on. Probably you could say that was a charge down kick. Hill again. Looking to find somebody, and he slips out of one tackle. Gets it to Fleming. What a great offload. Fleming's going to go. Chased down by Mullins, but he's in under the posts. And Seth, I'll tell you what was one of this try for me, work off the ball is so important, and Fleming especially making the offload and then getting back and getting a clear out and getting back and getting a return pass rather than the line breaks, all that other stuff.
Yeah, definitely an effort off the ball is going to be pretty beneficial in the game of sevens. Aside just from the offload, Lucas started that with the kick, got a nice regather, then managed to get back into the play with 2 rucks all before scoring the try.
Could be a tiring game. Yes, it's only 14 minutes, but it's 14 minutes very often all out. And these players who are sort of like 6'2" with a long stride, they do very well. Speaking of someone who's neither 6'2" nor has a long stride, I have to acknowledge that is very useful to have. That restart, though, doesn't go 10 meters. So the tap, this is Court Doyle, very active player for Baylor, powerful runner, but they lose it forward in contact. We're seeing, Seth, we're seeing next year a little bit of expansion for Heart of America. I know Oklahoma coming in, and then if I understand, there may be another team coming in.
Yeah, we have Wayne State coming in as well.
That's right, Wayne State.
Yeah,
and
so the Heart of America is split into north and south. So we have Oklahoma joining the south and Wayne State from Nebraska joining the north.
Fleming now with the ball. Looking to break through that tackle. Doyle, well, he's released it, and he got back up. That's okay, you got to release it, but you can then get back up. The offload, it's there. Ball bouncing around. And Lynch was able to get it out through Hill, back out to the outside. In at the corner. Are they in there? No, they're just a couple of meters short, still wanting to come back. Not sure why that was going to be the way to go, but Nebraska does get a penalty.
Looked like another case of try-line fever there.
Yeah.
And once again, Lucas Fleming has his hand in a lot of things, almost making something happen purely from work rate alone.
And then they just do route one, tap and go, and straight over the line. So another try for Nebraska.
Yeah, just for the go, we talked about work rate off the ball. Lucas got tackled there. It's very easy to just give up and go for the ball placement, but he made the effort to get back up to his feet, play the ball again, picked up another 30 meters or so.
Definitely seeing a lot of work. And Nebraska is targeting success at this tournament.
Oh, for sure. They've been putting a lot of time and energy into their sevens program. Some of the guys are spending some extra work over the summer.
Good.
Lucas being one of them, actually. The last few summers, he's played for New York Old Blue and Belmont Shore out of San Francisco.
And spending some summer playing some sevens. It's a very attractive thing. Men's clubs love that because then they can sort of make their sell. Hey, why don't you move here and play with us when you get out of college? Things like that. They really enjoy it. It's a good influx of new blood for the men's teams as well, so that's good. So we were talking about Heart of America expanding. So Wayne State and Oklahoma, a north-south thing. Is there going to be crossover? Like, are there going to be games between North and South, or is it going to be just?
We might have friendlies, but all of our league matches will be strictly North or strictly South.
Okay. And are you? Because there's been some change. Sometimes you have the playoffs in the new year, or sometimes you've kept it all off in the fall. What's your preference?
My preference is finishing in the fall, and that's what we'll do again this year. So, beginning to mid-November, we'll have our Heart of America conference playoffs again, with one from the north playing two from the south, and vice versa.
And what we did see was that in the spring Final Four, Iowa State went to that. I know they were looking for games, and that's important for any team that does most of their 15s in the fall, but plays a postseason in the spring of some sort, whether it's D1A or D1AA. They need games.
Right.
And it's tough to get.
Oh, absolutely. It makes it kind of difficult with the way things are structured for college right now, with spring being very sevens heavy.
Yep.
Especially for KU, we actually weren't able to find any college 15s matches, and I would imagine that Iowa State was in a similar situation.
And the other thing with the Heart of America is seeing the Heart of America All-Star team, the select side play. That was really fun to see them play. Give a chance for some players who maybe are on teams that don't win a lot to be able to play with some other players.
Yeah, I'm glad we're getting back into that. Yeah. It's always a benefit for guys to have a chance at playing rep rugby.
And here we are, second half, 12-5. Nebraska leads Baylor. An early try in the first half from Baylor. And here, the offload up the middle, just playing strong, powerful. Brett Jolly. And Doyle, once again, Court Doyle with the pass inside to Nick Beagle. Beagle going all the way. And the Woodlands product. Also played at Queen's University Charlotte. He's nursing major at Baylor, and nursing and medical, you'd be pretty hard pressed to find a better place to go than Baylor. An outstanding school for the medical professions out there in Waco, and what a great try for them. A good answer, and the kick is over. Not the easiest kick in the world. 12-12. Gotta love these second round games. We've had quite a few, real nice close. Seth, you get the feeling like some of these teams, like they needed one game to sort of get into the rhythm and to say, okay, yeah, this is what this level is like.
Yeah, I think that's frequently the case for sevens tournaments. This one's a little bit better since we started at 10, but especially summer sevens, starting at 9 o'clock in the morning after a day of travel, it's pretty rough to get going full force from the beginning.
Excellent run from Kirk Lynch. Then he was able to get back on his feet after releasing the ball. And there's Lynch again getting up, taken down by Beagle, not rolling away against Baylor. Just right down the tram lines by Nebraska. And the tap, and off they go. Just a little over the head offload, and then a rather random kick, but yes, for sure, it looked to me anyway that Keenan McAllister was offside. Tap and go by Boyle. And Eamon Boyle will take it in. Try for Nebraska. This one's back and forth. And here we are in the second round, trying to, this is where teams find out. You know, are we shooting to win this pool or what? So St. Thomas has won both their games. Nebraska won their first against Wyoming. This game against Baylor, it has been a bit of a battle for them, and it was really interesting to see how, just as we were talking about, you know, the teams needing a game to sort of get into it. Wyoming lost by 21 to Nebraska, and then really pushed St. Thomas. They were tied late. Beautiful kick, awesome kick to put them over, make it 19-12. And then here, Baylor lost 38-0 to St. Thomas, but they are giving plenty for Nebraska to handle in the second game.
Yeah, you always want to make sure you don't get those rough matchups first round in your pool play. But sometimes that's the way it goes.
That's true. Little short kick. A little bit fortunate there. Two players running into each other. The second time, that's going to be a penalty. It's like they got away with it the first time, so they thought they'd try it again. They felt guilty. Fleming now. His team is up a converted try. And that wind picks up. He's got to make sure he makes touch. He does that. And this all takes time off the clock. Just making sure we have a ball to throw in. We have two. We have 3 balls available, it looks like. And now Nebraska will want to ice this game off this line out. The wind not strong enough to deviate that throw. And that ball comes up in the air, but somehow Fleming controls it. High pass, trouble for Boyle. Boyle, however, very shifty. He gets out of one tackle. That pass inside, it didn't go forward, but it is regathered. That was an interesting one from Keenan, trying to get that ball, went forward, and really a couple of options there, Seth, for him. Maybe a kick down the sideline or something.
Yeah, I don't think it would have hurt. Only downside is it's late in the match. They need to score, so they can't really risk giving up that ball there.
Very good point. And through Kirk Lynch. Penalty against Baylor. Fleming again will go for touch. Once again, they just want time to tick off at this point. As we come very close to the end of the second round of matches, Nebraska looking to go into round 3 at 2-0 to set up a match with St. Thomas for tops in their pool, who St. Thomas also at 2-0. Well taken by Nolan Hill. The ball goes out. Fleming. Oh, Fleming sees a fractured field in front of him. All kinds of options. Well controlled by Kubicek. Kubicek still going now. Gets it out to Hill. Nolan Hill, the software engineering major. Fleming to Wegman. Now they're outside, just inching their way into the Baylor half. Good hands there on that one. Big lofting pass to Lynch. Lynch to Nathan Anderson. Anderson still going. He's dragged down by Beagle. The pickup, the try, that surely does it. Ben Kubicek, I believe, was the one to get the try. And the Cornhuskers move ahead by 2 scores at 24-12. Kick to come. And we were talking about how young this team was. Fleming, the only senior on it. That one curves in under the bar. Doesn't matter. 24-12. Nebraska moves to 2-0. That does it for our second round of action here at the men's D1AA Sevens Championships here in Lawrence, Kansas. We are taking about a 25-minute break. We will be back at 8 minutes past 3 on Central Time with round 3. Okay, so we are back with now round 3 of the CRA D1AA sevens, and we got a couple of guys from the University.
Oregon.
I was gonna say University of Oregon, and then I'm looking at your logo. Is that a martini?
It's a sponsor. It's a martini glass.
Okay, no.
with like
well,
a heart.
then straighten it out so people can see the sponsor.
Yeah, Fromy.
There we go. Okay, excellent. There we go. That works better. Today's been a really interesting day for you guys.
It has. Yeah, it has indeed.
Yeah. All right. So, first of all, tell me your names.
I'm Brooks Fisher.
Yeah.
Ethan Sherman.
There we go. And well, there are a number of things that you did very well, right? And you moved the ball very well, and you work hard. You got some breakaway tries and close games, right?
Yeah, they've all been pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah, we came out not how we wanted on that first game, a little
Yeah.
slow, a little sloppy, like some drop passes, some missed balls. But that second game, we really cleaned it up. We played what we think of like as Oregon-style sevens, you know, swing the ball side to side, come up hard on defense, and really suffocate. Kind of took the foot off the gas a bit in the second half, but got away with the win, and that's really what matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, that was important. But you know what? You put a scare in the first game. You put a scare into them.
Yeah, well, we got punched in the mouth to start, and then we kind of like, all right, guys, we need to wake up. Like, let's make this a game. And we just ran out of time at the end, but
Also
yeah.
left some tries on the table as well, and we had some interesting injuries kind of pop up in this last week before training.
Yeah.
With some of our starting guys, so just kind of.
Okay, so you're missing a couple of guys. Bad timing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a grind. It's been a long season,
Sure,
as you can tell. Yeah. The bodies are starting to ache.
Yeah, absolutely. But what do you guys? I mean, you guys are building something at Oregon, I think.
Yeah, we are. I mean, just like as a club in general, we're both juniors. I'm the president. He's the vice president. We were kind of handed the club with like $7,000 in the bank, and they're like, all right, you two are freshmen. Like, go run the team. And we're like, all right, I guess we have to kind of do our best to get this program up and running. And we got like amazing coaches, and we have like a great class around us to help support and like really foster that sense of community and really build up the club for the future.
As I make you, Brooks, to make you switch headsets so they guys get players, get coaches, right?
Yeah.
And you've got and $7,000 in the bank is more than zero, so that's nice. So
that's not a lot.
Yeah. So tell me how the process has been for you.
Yeah, so we were lucky enough to find some good sponsors to kind of get that up and going again, and we have some great supporters back home, and the parents, the moms, and the dads, and all the boys that come out to training and stuff. So we've kind of really grown this club, and like this year we have no graduating seniors on our sevens roster, really.
Love it. That's great.
Yeah, so I mean last year we kind of came up short with only losing in the final game, so now we're hoping to maybe squeeze our way back in the final, even with the tough start, and come away with the win this year.
How big is this tournament for you? How important is it?
I think for all of us as a class, this is a huge tournament. Like you said, we're still a pretty young team.
Yeah.
No one's graduating, so the future's bright for the club, and we're just kind of building one game at a time.
Okay, finally, do your pitch. Give your pitch for coming to play rugby. Come to rugby. Yeah, come to play Oregon rugby.
Yeah, so I mean, we're not like the most fancy schools with like all like the funding and stuff, even though we are at Oregon and Nike and stuff.
I'm sorry, this is the school where they filmed Animal House. So.
It is, but you know what? We try our best, and as much as people think, like, we're going to have to scratch and claw for what we get out here, and we don't get all these international players, just a bunch of guys coming out who love rugby and love the sport and show up every day and do their best.
Yeah, we preach like a big sense of community, like around.
Yeah.
On the back of the jerseys and everything, we have Ohana, just because that's
right.
kind of what
that's great.
That's our, like, that's Oregon rugby.
Hawaiian word for family.
Exactly.
Love it.
Ohana means family, exactly.
All right, awesome. All right, thank you very much, guys.
Yeah,
I
thank you,
appreciate
sir.
it.
Appreciate it.
All right, we are back. Round 3, University of Iowa versus Western Washington. And Western Washington has been looking very, very strong. Yeah, you want to get on, get on. Do it. Seth, there is no such thing as talking too much. I would just like to say that. And Coach Seth back with us as well, and Iowa responds. Good start for them just to retain that ball and continue to move it. We've seen a few passes that are just a little bit low like that, and I always feel like those passes are from people rushing a little bit, but you know what? Who really rushes is Ren Heimer. He gets that offload out to AJ. Actually, not sure who that was. It wasn't AJ Douglas, but Heimer sends it wide again. Ball bouncing around a little bit, and there's your man Abbas Kemalkai, and he is so dangerous. And Seth, this has been a great 1-2 combination, these two.
Oh, for sure. Seeing those two today has been pretty exciting. Renheimer does a lot for the team. If you pay attention, most of the chat from the club is coming from him. He seems to be the ringleader there.
And we mentioned, we were talking about that HOA All-Star game, and Ren was the star of that game, if I remember, against Florida.
That is correct. It was Ren, and we had guys from a few different schools, so a few KU players got the chance to play with different clubs and make good friends with Ren. And I think maybe Michael on Iowa as well.
Yeah,
over on that far side.
And I think that this is one of the things I really enjoy about the game. Really, is opponents can become friends, can become teammates, can become opponents again, and that. In the end, it's all about, did you take the field? Are you tough enough to actually get on the field? Western Washington hardly touched the ball, if at all, and pinned now back against their try line, and a penalty for obstruction. Referee's going to bring that back. That wasn't really a tap, and it wasn't on the mark.
Iowa appears to be getting a really hot start, both offensively and defensively, just winning the penalty there.
Good intensity from them. Heimer again with a little bit of a sidestep and in at the corner, and just like that, second try for Iowa.
There's not much that he can't do, and honestly, it seems like he could score from pretty much anywhere.
And he can kick goals as well, which is important. We've already seen a couple of games where the conversions start to factor in. So there, Western Washington really, the defending champions, been thinking about getting back to that final. The kick is good. That is beautiful kick. Excellent kick from Heimer. Again, just putting scoreboard pressure on Western Washington. They're now 14-0 down, and they've the first time they've touched the ball, it wasn't really particularly impressive, putting themselves up against the try line. That ball bounces, goes the 10, and then rolls into touch. Makes a mistake there. Now, you can take those lineouts quickly, but you can only do that with the ball that actually goes into touch. You can't go grab another ball. And that's what the referee was talking about there. Underhanded throw coming in from Sakia.
Bit of an old school approach, but if it works, it works.
It works, right? A loopy pass out to the wing, and then snapping it back to the right side. looking to just charge down that field, just staying in field. That was Israel Duncan. Back outside to the left, Ashman, who he spoke to earlier today, came by and say hello. Zakia, Bailey. And that was Herring, zinging it back to the left again. Zakia, up the middle. One man to beat, the sideline. Heimer takes him down. And the poach. The turnover for Iowa. And a loose ball, and Western Washington has it again. Dummy in at the corner. Vikings score. Impressive try. And really, they didn't give up. They transitioned to defense very quickly and then back out to being able to get that ball back and scoring in the corner.
It's good to see Western Washington get some points out of that. They seem to have found their groove, playing really good sevens, keeping the ball alive. A bit of a slower play style in the middle of the pitch leading up to that, and they reap the rewards.
And the kick from the far sideline. Does have the wind at his back, though, does George Pritchard from Vancouver, BC, but doesn't get over, so it is 14-5. This for a guaranteed spot in the semifinal. High kick from Pritchard. Heimer gets lifted up, down on the ground, but he's not held, and he just keeps running. Finally tapped down on the ground. The offload. Douglas unable to gather that in, so that's a knock-on. Couple of questions to the referee about that, but that was fine. That didn't really look like a tackle. He just grabbed the ball and fell on the ground. He can get back up.
Looks like the Western Washington players are pleading for a call. There's a little bit of contact off the ball there, but not material, didn't impact anything.
And one of the things everyone has to remember, the referees generally want rugby to be played rather than let's stop for absolutely everything. If we stop for every little thing, that would be, oh, we'd have a lot of penalties. Shakia sends it out with a flat pass to Ashman. Ashman goes through. They're not going to catch him. He is, in fact, pulling away. Elijah Ashman right in under the posts. Scrum being a good launching pad for Western, as it has been for a couple of teams. And I think that's going to be halftime. We'll see Pritchard's attempt at the kick as the wind picks up again. Pritchard with the conversion attempt. Hits the post. A little bit frustrating for him, I would think. 14-10, your halftime score. 2 quick tries from Iowa. Western Washington has answered with 2 unconverted scores of their own.
The matchup that I was looking forward to for most of the morning, and so far the first half is not disappointed.
Now, we're trying to do the math here, having a look to see what happens if you're a 2-1 team. That's the, for me, especially, I guess, that's the drama that's coming in. If you're 3-0, you're into the semifinals. And Iowa comes into this match 56-19, so That's 37 points, a plus 37. And Western Washington coming into this match with a plus 55. Both of them in very good shape, really. We were talking about kicking, Seth, and here it is. You know, the difference is 2 conversions.
Yeah, those points are always crucial. With the nature of sevens, you end up missing quite a few with them being drop goals, but
Right.
they somehow always seem to come back and get you.
Oh, we saw Heimer kick that magnificent one from the touchline, or close to the touchline, and then Pritchard missed one. And he's a very good kicker, but he hit the post from right in front of the sticks, and that makes a difference. This restart does not go 10 meters. Seen a number of those second half kickoffs not go 10. So that'll be a free kick midfield for Western. Now going through Ashman to look to test the far right side and come back to the left again, putting Ashman in a number of different positions in the back line. There he is again, cuts back inside. 3 or 4 worrying about tackling him. They can't do it though. He's going to go breakaway. Can he fend it off long enough? Yes, he can. Gets to the line. They fought for that one. And that puts Western Washington in the lead. Would have been interesting had they been able to make that tackle. It didn't seem like there was anybody coming close to see who would do anything about it. And the wind dies down as Pritchard lines up this kick. It's away to the right. So 15 for Western Washington, 14 for Iowa. Pritchard with the kick, and that one's not going to go 10 either. And just hands back opportunity to the other team.
Yeah, I think you may have coincidentally cursed both teams at the start of the second half with the kicks not going 10.
That is the curse. Iowa working a move. Heimer goes on a loop. That's his 3rd touch in this move, and back and forth and through. They over-pursued, and when you over-pursue Renheimer, you get burned straight into a try onto the posts. And the conversion to come from in front of the post. Heimer should probably kick this, although, you know, don't ever say something like that. But it was interesting to see how he sort of backed up and forward, and then suddenly, you know, it created that gap.
Yeah, when you have a guy that is that talented and that shifty, a little bit of change of pace creates a lot of doubt, and he was able to take advantage of that.
Been a good day for Renheimer. That kick is good, 21 to 15. 3 tries each, but 3 conversions for Iowa, none for Western Washington.
Also appears to just be a shootout between 2 players on the teams.
Yeah, it really does. Zakia fields it. Pritchard. They get that out wide to Bailey. Western keeping it alive, just barely. That was a good pursuit and tackle from Kemokai. Oh, but over pursued a little bit.
Smart choice to slow down and buy himself some time.
Ashman now. He's kind of all alone here. He's going to go right through the middle. 6 players around him. Quicker ball might have helped Western Washington. But still, the Vikings have it. And out to the wing. That's going to do it. And what a burst of pace on the outside. I'm not sure. It's difficult to see the number to see who that was.
Thanks. Looks like we might be coming back for this one.
A little bit of a talk about
Bit of an obstruction call there.
it was an obstruction call. There was some sideways running for sure. And we have seen that call a little bit this weekend. That's another one of those calls where it depends whether it's material or not, but that has come back. Western thought they had the lead back, or at least an opportunity to get that lead back. Instead, scrum down to Iowa. Oh, and coming right off the edge and right through. Great tackle at the end. It was that high, yes, that was a high challenge. Or potentially it was a high one. Well, great work from Michael Johnson, and he's the one who was tackled high. Heimer now moving around, gets that offload. Iowa settles that down a little bit. Kemakai trying to pick that up. Penalty against Western Washington again.
Might find themselves in a bit of trouble here.
A couple of penalties very close to scoring position. See, referees have been reluctant to go to the pocket just for these types of fouls. Heimer, though, sidestep to the right, sidestep to the left, and he goes through.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that might be 26 points all from Heimer.
I'm thinking, I think our first try might have been set up by Heimer. I'm not sure. You may be right. You may well be right. Actually, I think Kemakai might have gotten the first one set up by Heimer.
Gotcha.
If I remember that rightly. But the kick is over. It's 28 points to 15. Heimer has had himself a day. Probably at least 3 tries in this one. I think overall 7 tries in these 3 games by my count. Good deep kick. Western has to make something happen right now. They are behind by 13, so they can take the lead, but they need 2 converted tries to do it. Right now, very static. Iowa's defense looking good. Little bit of a break free. That was well done, just to keep the whole movement alive. Long wide pass to Ashman. Oh, he gets out of one tackle, thought he was going to be taken. Angles his way, he's looking to get in under the posts. And he does. That's his 3rd try. Pritchard now needs to kick this. And he does. But that is it. Not enough time for another try. University of Iowa with a fantastic victory. Renheimer doing just about everything to win this one, go 3-0, book themselves a spot in the semifinals. Western Washington, well, they're 2-1, but their points difference at plus 49 may well be good enough to get them in the semis as well. And we're back with round 3 of the men's D1AA sevens presented by CRAA here in Lawrence, Kansas. Having a great time here. Some really exciting games. And we're looking at Minnesota Golden Gophers against the Longhorns of Texas. And a good high kick. The good chasing, somebody you'll see a lot of will be Nicholas Mulders from Texas. He gets a lot of work done, and he was definitely the Longhorns' best player in the last game. Meanwhile, keep an eye out for Anders Vivang with the red hair, but he's been able to dish it off to his teammate, Owen Voice. And Voice goes right down the sidelines. Mechanical engineering major out of Dundee, Scotland. Played for the Strathmore Sharks. And a quick try from the Golden Gophers. I think Texas. Seth, Texas has been struggling a little bit with just out-and-out pace. Just haven't seen a lot of speed from them.
Yeah, I think some of that has to do with where they're getting certain players placed on the pitch. They definitely have speed within the team, but there's just a bit of an athletic mismatch there.
Definitely a mismatch on the outside there with Voice scoring. So 5-0. Good high kick. Gathered well. Talking about some speed. Good running with purpose. Longhorns have it. Dragged into touch, however. Minnesota opened their account with a 35-7 loss to Iowa and then 17-0 loss to Western Washington. Texas, for their part, also struggled a little bit. 38-0 to Western Washington and then 21-12 was a much better showing against Iowa. Iowa having just won to go 3-0 in the pool. Penalty against Texas. And working it down, Morton. Good offload to Voice. Ball rolling around. Gophers are able to pick it up. Vivang trying to get that out to Rusk. Another pass outside. Kind of a fractured defensive line from Texas, although they're able to organize it a little bit better. Couple of good hands, good catches from the Golden Gophers. Now pushing it through Kruger. But Kruger is isolated, and Mulders, that man, is over the ball once more. He forces the penalty. He's tapping it and going. Slow going for Texas, though. Shaheen gets it out. Mulders out through Lehman. And a good fend away. The offload off the deck is there. The ball movement is there from the Longhorns, but that last one was just lost forward. The cover defense there from Minnesota, pretty impressive.
Yeah, just all effort there. That seems to be the theme of the day and what we've talked about a lot. So it all seems to circle back to that.
Third game. 3 very tough games today. We'll see 2 for everybody tomorrow. A semifinal for either the cup, plate, or bowl. And then if you win that, obviously you go to the final. If you lose that, you'll go for a placement game. So everyone gets 5 games in this tournament. Good wide pass. Mulders now taking on 3 or 4, looking for some help. Doesn't need it. Doesn't need it. Broadnax was a good decoy for him. And Mulders, the math major from Wicklow, Ireland, former Leinster and Ireland under-18 player, goes over for the try. The kick is good.
It's good to see Texas come up with some points there. They've played some solid rugby so far, but haven't been able to string quite enough phases together.
7-5 now, the Longhorns lead. A little bit of a battle of attrition at this point.
This is shaping up to be a good one. I think these are 2 teams that haven't had the opportunity to truly show what they're capable of with the 2 big matchups with Western Washington and Iowa. But this battle between each other seems to be pretty telling.
Kickoff does not go 10 meters. Far too many of these restarts.
Seems like our second half curse has started early.
It really has. Thomas Kruger, the biology major out of Egan High School in Minnesota, taps and goes. They run their move. A little bit of an arm tackle there. But the offloads are going for the Gophers, and an excellent answer, punishing that restart error. And the Gophers go over, and I think that was Kruger that finished it off.
Hate to say it again, but that all ties back to work rate. We had 3
Yeah.
guys in close support off the ball, a couple quick offloads, easy try.
And there's Kruger, in fact, will be taking the kick. And that was Ryan Horsch with the try. Sevens all-conference, all honorable mention. And didn't play rugby in high school. He played football, wrestling, and track. Good combination. And so down 7-12. Texas now looking to do something about it. And the standard little dummy and shift and right through. Great reason to put on a reserve near the end of the first half, right there. And Texas ties it up. And with the kick is up. It is good. Texas takes a 14-12 lead into the halftime break. Still all to play for in this Pool A matchup. Gophers versus Longhorns.
Great half so far, or a great match so far. Seems like it could be anyone's game. Do we have any idea how these 2 teams are doing in terms of possibly taking that 4th spot?
Yes, that is an excellent question. Actually, both of them lost their first 2 games, so it's not going to happen for them. That's all. That second place in the pool was sewn up by Western Washington. So we will have some other games where it's all about the matchups. We could have a pool with a 3-way tie of 2-1. So depending on how things fall out, really this is more of a fight for whether they've done enough to get into that that plate grouping, and to do that you've got your 2 remaining second place teams and then your 2 best third place teams. So the winner of this one, you thought you had Seth, you thought you had a short answer question here. It's not a short answer.
Oh, definitely look for the detailed answer.
Yeah, we want the details. So Texas coming in, with a minus 47. So that's going to be tough for them if they win. Even if they win this game, for them to have, a strong points difference. Meanwhile, Minnesota comes in with a minus 45. So again, that's their problem. Both of them started off not so strong. At the same time, you can look at the fact that Baylor is kind of in the same situation as them, and potentially Texas State is in the same situation. So there's going to be a bit of a battle along those lines in terms of teams that are 1 and 2, who will be the 1 and 2 with the most advantageous points difference.
Gotcha. And just before we start the second half, I know you mentioned that these 2 teams are kind of fighting for that plate position. For our viewers who aren't the most familiar with how these 7 tournaments works, have you explained that cup, plate, and ball?
Not really, no. No, I could. So the cup, that's the championship. You're going for the cup, but we do have other trophies because this is a tournament format and everybody wants to play games. You set everyone through a bracket, a consolation bracket. Generally, the highest consolation bracket is the plate, and then the next highest would be the bowl. It's just a way of organizing. In this case, going for 5th and going for 9th. If there's a larger tournament, you might be going for the shield or even the spoon, if you want to go that far. As it is, likely these teams are hoping that they might be able to bounce back and fight for the plate. And good hands there from Visang to cut back inside. He's still going. What an outstanding individual effort from a pass that really looked like it was going to cause him all kinds of issues. And Anders Vivang, the art major out of Egan Rugby, also played with Metropolis during the summer. good hands, and then stayed on his feet as well to fight to go over. So this has been a back-and-forth game. The kick no good, but it is 17-14 now. Minnesota leads Texas. This is a 5th lead change in this game.
I definitely don't think it'll be our last.
Right. Restart from the Gophers, and caught directly on the hop. Jackson Dubree. Jackson goes all the way to the line. I think he was over the try line, but he was on his back and he offloaded, and they scored. I'm not sure I certainly haven't seen that this tournament. You don't see that often. Player isn't really sure where he is, and offloaded to Mulders, and Mulders came in for the try. Mulders said, yeah, you know, you could have scored that yourself. Jackson Dubree, the architectural engineering major, played his high school rugby for the Allen Eagles and Allen High School in Allen, Texas.
Yeah, I was just saying I didn't think that would be our last lead change. I didn't expect the next one to come that quickly.
Right off the restart, caught on the gallop. Max Lehman with the kick, pulls it a little bit. But what we have is 19-17 now. Texas leads Minnesota. This is a fun one. Mulders with the kick. Oh, they're trying to get something happening there, and Jay Keeley thought he could grab it, then thought better of it. It ended up just glancing off his hand, taking a move forward for a knock-on.
I think maybe Texas could have gone back-to-back if he would have attempted to catch it on the full.
Yeah. Gophers. They pick up. Landon Niebel is sort of harassed a little bit, but everyone's looking for them to go open side. And Declan Russ just picks it up and says, I'm going to go around the weak side. Chased, gets it down. And the first-year biomedical engineering major out of Fordham Prep does superbly well to go down the sideline and score from long range, and another lead change. Yeah, he needs a little bit of a lie down after that one, but he did finish it off really well. The kick is no good. Minnesota leads 22-19. Still plenty of time in this game. They go to the left. Texas. Oh. Thought he was not held in the tackle. He was held. And really, that's a risky thing to do unless you're absolutely sure. Turnover, penalty against the Longhorns. Not 10 meters. Oh, we might see a card. No, just a little bit of a warning. Don't throw the ball away. Thank you very much. Really seeing the referees try not to give cards for technical things if they don't have to. Trying to keep these games under control. Big rush defense. Gophers still keep that ball alive. Rusk. He's held up off the ground, but there it is. The ruck good. Horse sends it wide through Niebel. Voice Niebel again. Horse. Good line, straight through the middle. Roth broke through one. Carter Roth in under the post. Trying to milk as much time as he can off the Minnetonka High School program. He's the captain of the team, two-time All-Conference in the Heart of America.
You got a feel for Texas a bit there. They had 3 or 4 great phases of defense, drove Minnesota back 20 or so meters, and then just gave up a break through the middle.
And the kick, not the most picturesque in the world, but it's good. And suddenly it's a 2-score lead for Minnesota, 29-19. And Texas, who were, I was thinking perhaps the stronger team at one point, have gave up 2 tries where they just fell asleep a little bit on defense both times, gave away long runs. There's still a little bit of time left. They might have to score immediately, though. They can't get away with slogging through the phases at this point. Longhorns still have it. The cut back up the middle. Not rolling away penalty against Minnesota. The tap and go. Time is not Texas's friend. So going into these tackles, going through these rucks, one after another, not going to help them. There's going to be another penalty against Minnesota and a yellow card for negative play. The tap by Padilla. Gets it out through Bernitsas. Back to Padilla. Needs some help from Jing. Trying to get it out to Mulders, but it was a little bit too far in front. And that will be your ball game. 29-19. The Gophers hang on in a game that saw the lead change, what, 7 times, 8 times? Wild game. So that puts Minnesota at 1-2. And a minus 35. 1-2 and a minus 35. Might actually do it and get them into that plate semifinal. Right now, on the inside track for the Cup semifinal wildcard team would be Western Washington. They're 2-1 with a plus 49. Coming up next, Iowa State and MAU. Iowa State is 2-0 with a plus 31. So all they have to do, actually all they have to do is tie, I think, to get into the semifinals. MAU is 1-1 with a plus 17. So even if they lose, and say they lose by 30, they are well ahead in terms of getting into that plate semifinal. They'll want to get into the Cup semifinal. To do that, they need to beat Iowa State, and they need to beat Iowa State by a significant margin, about 33 actually. Following that, we'll see Oregon against Texas State. And Oregon at 1-1 and a minus 3. Texas State is 0-2 and a minus 45. So still a lot of math to do as it is. Right now, Iowa State definitely want to finish this off with a victory to get that 3-0, and they don't really have to worry about anything else. The Macaws, though, have the ball. They are moving it. They are a very physical team. And Seth, I found it very interesting the way they play, and that they're not really like a pure sevens team. It seems like more that they like to take on contact and run through rucks a little bit more.
Yeah, oddly enough, they seem to have a play style pretty similar to Argentina's national team. So,
right.
Not afraid to be direct. Kind of a war of attrition, which you don't see a lot in sevens. So it's nice to see a bit of that from time to time.
And they will put boot to ball. And when they do that, then that can be a surprise for some of these teams not used to seeing that.
Kind of curious if their club models their play style after Argentina's team.
Very possible. Ian Klein getting ready to put the ball in for the Cyclones. Much of what they do goes through him. Klein going around, just attracting a little bit of attention and then sending it wide. Good hit. Johnson picks it up, sends it out wide to the left. And good counter ruck from MAU. They're going to hit you hard. Klein now. And that pass is forward. It is a live ball until the referee calls it. So yes, picked up by Waddle just to kill the play.
Just a touch forward there.
Just a touch, just a little bit forward. Sometimes it just slips out of the hands. Now some options for the Macaws. See Aragini there to the left. And they're looking for another penalty in the scrum. I think we've seen more scrum penalties than actual scrums. And then the tap and the go. And this is your man, Bruno Tavanti. And he has been the danger man for MAU. He's tackled as he went over to score. He's kind of grabbed his leg a little bit, but he did get up. Might require some attention. That's a player who has been pretty special for them.
Looks like the ref ordered the penalty try there.
And yeah, so dangerous tackle as the try is being scored. So it's a 7-0 lead for MAU. Very costly play. The try was going to be scored anyway. So that's, I mean, that's sort of discipline in the moment, right? Not just go.
Just a bit of desperation there. And it's always unfortunate to give up points and also give up a man at the same time. So we'll see what MAU can do with this man advantage.
A little bit of an explanation from the referee. And they've changed their minds. It's not a penalty try. It's not a yellow card. Bo Waddle is allowed to come back. So I think there was some consultation with the AR there, and then they decided that it wasn't a penalty try. And I think that's good refereeing. You know, sometimes good refereeing is saying, "Hey, I made a mistake. Nothing else has happened. Let's just go back and get it right." And the kick is no good. So that's a 2-point change in the decision, but also very important for Iowa State. They're at full strength. I'm not sure. Seth, did you see anything there on that challenge in the?
So the only thing I can think of is that he scored the try anyways, and
Yeah.
to my knowledge, you can't give the penalty try if they still score. So since that penalty did not stop the try, you can't give the penalty try.
MAU gets that holding on penalty. Good work from Gonzalez Cazzola. Out they come again, challenging defenders. And just simple hands out. Adeghini in at the corner. MAU. This is kind of what we expected from MAU, really. And we in the last game, we didn't see it much at all. They were a little bit taken aback, I think, with the physicality of the defense that they were facing with the University of Oregon. And here, Iowa State is holding off a little bit more, not because they're afraid of it. That's their styles they want to contain, and unable to do that.
I think MAU probably has a bit more pace down that left edge than Iowa State was ready for. I imagine we'll see a bit of an adjustment moving on.
And that kick had a shot. It was about 10.5 feet in the air the whole way, just dipped under the bar. So 10-0, MAU leads. McCaw. Send that up high. 2 players go up in the air for it. It ends up with Teed. Teed does very well to work his way into contact, not rolling away the tap, such as it was from Braden Miller. Klein sells a dummy, is tackled a little bit high, yes, perhaps too high, around his face. Teed once again taps it, properly this time. Out to Miller, and they've lost that ball. That's a turnover, and the referee is going to call them back. Offside, I think. No, well, not 10 on the tap is essentially what that is. And so, yes, you can't really lurk around at 6 meters back and then intercept a pass. That's why you tap quickly. Klein this time.
It's got to be a big relief for Iowa State.
It certainly does. And cut back inside Miller. And another turnover. Another chance for MAU. Well done, but you slide, again, we've talked about this. You slide down on the ball, they can't dive on you. They have to let you get up. Teed, again, just dishes it off to Anderson. Anderson cuts back inside, cuts back outside. He's got some help. Yes, not in from anywhere near the gate. That was a movement-killing play and a yellow card against MAU. What they would call a professional foul. Johnson taps. Miller tries to find English. And this time English is isolated, and MAU gets the holding on penalty. Interesting to see. English was very effective when he was the power runner, but it's the physicality of MAU that forced him to get tackled, and that will be the end of the first half. Down to 6 men for the moment. MAU leads 10-0 at halftime, and Seth, kind of an odd game, really.
Oh, for sure. And
Yeah.
you can't help but think that MAU could have managed that time a little bit better towards the end of the half, especially with the guy that just went to the bin.
Right.
I expected them to take the penalty, take another 30, 45 seconds off the clock so they can get their guy back earlier, but they elected to just kick the ball out and finish the half.
Could have called a scrum.
Could have done something,
Yeah. Take your time with a scrum.
Because I think at that point they only had 20, 30 seconds off that yellow.
Right. So that will be an important part of that as they stand, because Ignacio Gonzalez Gazola is sitting in the sin bin.
Yeah, but the thing is, with a lot of these clubs, they train for these scenarios and do a lot of 6-on-7s in training. So hopefully they have a game plan for this and they manage pretty well. But when you have guys like Ian Klein on the other side, who's able to create things out of nothing, it might be a bit of a stretch.
That's true. And it'd be interesting to see if they choose to put boot to ball, if they look up and they don't see a sweeper now and then just hoof it downfield. That might be an opportunity for the coaching staff to come in and talk about that. Ant Frayne and Owen McGuffin to come in and say, hey, look, these are some of your options now that you're up, man. MAU kicking off for this second half. And the Cyclones up a man are down 10-0. Iowa State coming into this game 2-0. If they lose this game, then we could very well be having a three-way tie at 2-1 between Iowa State, MAU, and potentially Oregon. So then it will come down to points difference, which would probably favor Iowa State. And there we go, down the sideline. That's the perfect answer for the Cyclones. Score quickly, stay ahead in terms of manpower. Keep that yellow card going as they go down the sideline. I see, though, perhaps, well, we'll see. We'll see if the yellow card is over. But that was a quick try down the sideline for the Cyclones. They make it 10-5.
And that all started from Iowa State being technically sound and getting a good lift and take off of that kickoff.
And the kick no good, so 10-5.
Iowa State seems to be struggling a bit with their conversions today.
They do. They do. No conversions in this game at all. And there's the deep kick. Teed on the chase. Well gathered by the Macaws, though. And offload. Iowa State felt that was forward. And it was indeed forward, called by the AR. And so a scrum to Iowa State. And back to full strength is MAU, but a good attacking situation for the Cyclones. Teed's going to put this ball in. And an obstruction call. Very interesting. A chip ahead. That was the player sort of ran into the defender. I think that was really just sort of milking a penalty. Macaws, though, pinned at their own line. Can they bull their way out? So far, so good. Good ball movement. An isolated player. Yes. He was over there, and then he hit ground. Now, was that a knock-on? No. We're still going. Cyclones inch their way closer to the line. Penalty against them. Isolated player. And this has been This is a theme. If you are isolated at all and a player gets that ball, the hands around the ball, that's probably going to be a penalty. Find it interesting in this game. If you give up repeated penalties on the same things like offside, in from the side, or hands in the ruck, eventually somebody's going to get a card. But if you repeatedly hold on to the ball in tackle, there's no threat of a yellow card. Stolen line out. Teed gets it for Iowa State. Quickly, the Cyclones, again, the cut back inside into traffic. Is that the best option? No tackler release this time. Tapping again. Were they back 10? Iowa State really pushing it. English under that ball. Now Johnson. English fake to Johnson. And he was able to finally do this kind of hard running that we normally see from him, and a try under the post. That is tying the game at 10-10. Johnson with the conversion.
We have MAU really making things hard for themselves right now. Decent lead late in the second half, and discipline seems to be letting them down.
Johnson with the conversion makes it 12-10. We talked about how important conversions are. And an interesting set of substitution options for Iowa State. Klein has been off since halftime. And are they keeping him in reserve? A long, deep kick. Is that going to bounce before the try line? Yes, it's gathered. MAU has it. That was a pretty amazing kick, really. Cyclones now try to keep the Macaws stuck in their 22. MAU didn't strike me as generally a long-range breakaway team, but they will do this to you forever.
I think it may have been worth letting that kick bounce a second time to see if it carried into the try zone.
Penalty against Iowa State. Loose ball. Macaws have it.
Ooh.
And a forward pass, a little bit of confusion, too flat. Were MAU players standing off from the breakdown, and it's a scrum for Iowa State. You will see now they're going to take their time. Klein now comes in. Definitely an interesting tactical sub. And MAU also bringing in a tactical sub in Lucio Abilene. Teed with the feed. That scrum was a mess. Ends up being a penalty against MAU. Miller. Side step. Pass out to the wing. Could this be it? In at the corner. Oh, somebody just flings it back, pockets it, the old-fashioned pocket, and that actually is probably the thing to do. Keep that ball alive. Risky stuff from Iowa State still. They're only up by 2. And the knock-on, that may be it, though. And that is it. Iowa State somehow have pulled it off. They end pool play 3-0 by winning this game 12-10. I will say, in terms of getting into the plate, MAU probably did enough. They are a plus 15, even though they're 1-2, and there's a very good chance they will be in the plate semifinal. So next up for us will be, just checking to make sure I give you the right information and I don't just guess, Oregon, Texas State. This will be a big game for Oregon. They want to finish up 2-1, but what they were hoping was for MAU to win a close one. And that would allow Oregon to get a 3-team tie of 2-1 if they won this game. They don't get that, so they will have to win this game by a significant margin to be able to get into that Cup semifinal. Texas State comes into this match 0-2. And right now, the way I have it,
Good luck doing calculations. Nebraska and St. Thomas, that there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. Oregon has to win to have a chance.
well, Texas State. Texas State comes in with a chance. Minnesota 1-2 and a -35. So that's the threshold, really. You want to be able to be better than that. Texas State. Looking for their first win. Oregon in the white, well taken in the air. Good ball movement immediately. But they lost that ball, and it's picked up by Nick Woods. Nick Woods has been used mostly as a late game impact sub, and he's been a good impact sub, and so I guess they decided to start him, but they did that offload didn't go to hand, and now it's sent quickly wide. And McGahee, a sidestep, and he goes long range, just as he did in the first game. And Oregon takes that first score. The kick is good immediately. They're not wasting any time. 7-0, the Ducks lead. Well, by my calculation, Oregon needs to win this game by 52 points for them to be able to make the semifinal. So that's not going to do it. Getting a little too aggressive, and a big old hole opens up. And a terrific answer from the Bobcats.
Looks like this match seems to be continuing our trend of going back and forth for the third round.
Yes, exactly. Devin Flynn with the run, the graduate student, criminology major, offensive player of the year. Catch, trying to make that offload. Didn't really come to pass for Douglas. Loose ball. And in the end, it's going to be a scrum for Oregon. Two close games for Oregon, and I think that they felt like this needed to be the kind of game where they had to take control early. Unfortunately, Bautista Margaret, I think that is, picked up an injury. He's coming off. Gabriel Lambolia coming on. Excuse me, I've been giving you the wrong names because I've been looking at the wrong lineup. And I apologize for that. We'll try that again. Andrew Prentice went off. A good break, and guess what? It's that man again, Tai Kanoike, going in for Oregon. Yes, it's going to be another one of those games. Conversion is good, 14-7. Oregon leads. They're going to need a lot more than that. Chances are what we'll see here is Oregon win or lose. In fact, will probably be in the semifinal for the plate. Good kick. Challenged nicely by Turner. Ball kicked ahead and gathered by Prentice. By McGahee, excuse me. And McGahee going in from long range once more. We didn't see much of him in the second game. First game, he was definitely a scorer for them. And again, they kick quickly. Let's just take care of business. They know they have to score a lot. Now it's 21-7.
I think they're trying to meet the threshold that you set for them.
Right. Oregon gets the kickoff. Kanoiki. The offload just goes to him somehow. And look at them just moving the ball. They have to. Fisher still with a little help. And another try for Oregon. Well, Seth, this is always very weird. In almost any sport, if you say you have to win by a lot, you're putting yourself under so much pressure, and you could mess it up.
Yeah, but it looks like this Oregon side is up to the task, and it seems to be doing pretty well this first half. This might be the highest scoring first half we've seen all day.
26-7. They're just not wasting any time. And the other thing is you can take advantage of a team that might be tired at the end of the day. This time, Texas State gets the ball. Did they knock it on? Well, they did, and Oregon has it. Tried to use it. The ball is just rolling all over the place. This is when pushing to score can cause you problems. Yes, the offload is there, though. And a good cut back. Still struggling with it. Fisher knocked down. And, you know, that's one of those things. That's two hands, yes. But he really didn't have an expectation to catch that. That was designed to block the pass. So that is an intentional knock-on. One of the more intentional knock-ons I've seen. And they tap and they go and they move it. And another try. Tino Mahaffey with 3 tries in this half. That kick is good. And it is 33-7. Well, they've got to keep the pace up because, believe it or not, winning by both halves by 26 is not going to do it. Because they come into this game at a -3 They need to end up having the best 2-1 record, and Western Washington is 2-1 with a plus 49, which means you need more than 52. And now, if it's exactly 52 and they're tied, I have no idea. I guess maybe we could
Probably
ask.
tries.
Try scored,
I
probably try
believe so,
scored.
yeah, because there's
Try-scored?
no head-to-head there. So
Right, there's no head-to-head. So is it try scored or points allowed? I'm not, it could have been probably try scored. I think you're right. Well, we could have a look at that. I have a feeling actually Western will win that one. Well, there's work to be done for the Ducks, but they've done pretty well. 33-7, just that one kind of soft try that they gave up after the first try that they scored.
can't help but to wonder how that first try happened. They've been
They're
incredibly sound since then.
Yes.
Looks like Texas State is still at 6 men. Can't be too much longer.
And
our
a short
second half curse
restart.
continues.
Second half restart errors have been the bête noire of the tournament, in fact. And I would imagine more than one coach has been a little bit frustrated with that. Texas State trying to make something happen. And the kick ahead. Well, that's something different. Why not? Again, you got to watch out. Oh, and the knock forward, the ball lost. And this is really, though, what Texas State will want to do is get the ball in the opposing end.
It's definitely not what you want to see when your team finally gets a scoring opportunity. But we do have Texas State back to full strength. Got a big run through the middle of the field by Oregon. Looks like they're going to find their way into the try zone for another 5. And the conversion's also good. From the chat that you can hear from the Oregon bench, it's obvious that they know the scenario that they're in and exactly how many points they need to score. And the guys are definitely playing to reflect that mentality. Great kickoff receipt from Texas State. A little bit of a handling error and knock on by Texas State. Oregon's looking to turn things around quickly and score in transition. Not rolling by Texas State.
So at 40-7, Oregon well in control. This is the sort of game they probably feel like, yeah, we can do this all the time. Why didn't we do this earlier? And a breakaway there from Cormac O'Flaherty. He's in for a try. Not their friend. But now, 7. Kick no good.
You said their mark is 53, correct?
55.
55.
No, you're right, 53, sorry. 53. So now, the thing is, in my opinion, when you're doing this, you can't afford to just give up on the conversions.
And Oregon wins the ball back. A little bit of not releasing by Texas State.
They are quick on the ball. They are putting a lot of effort into this. They know this is what they have to do. We're at 45-7. Again with the offloads, keeping it alive. It's kind of an interesting situation where they don't have to worry about losing the game so much. And holding on penalty. Once again, Oregon quickly on there. They'll want to go quickly. And down the sideline. And Tino Mahaffey again in for the try. 50-7 is what I have. And they know the number. They feel like there needs to be one more. I think they need 2 more scores. So at 50-7, I've got 43. And the restart doesn't go 10. So desperate are they to get the ball back. They're helping Texas State go quickly. Oh, a little bit fortunate there. That ball was knocked backwards. Went backwards again, moving it. Oh, beautifully taken, just accelerated toward the ball. Once again, they're going. Keeping it alive. This is amazing stuff from the Ducks. The idea that you are so motivated to do this, that you know what you have to do. What they're trying to do is enormously difficult. Oh, another one.
What a pass.
That one is going to go in under the post. Now, if they convert this, oh, no, that'll be 50 points. They're going to need another one. So they're having a bit of a discussion about it. They need one more.
I believe there was a late shot a little bit ago. It might be yellow for that. And it looks like that's the case.
Yellow card.
So if there's still time left, it looks like that yellow card might open up the window for Oregon to successfully hit their mark.
And that's going to be it. And I don't think they've done it. They may have done it, but I don't think they did. And had they kicked...
Just 2 more conversions.
2 more conversions, right. 57-7. So they needed, by my count, they needed 57-7. By my count, they needed to win by at least 52. 52 would have tied them with Western Washington. They won by 50. If they'd won by 53, they would have gone into the semifinals. This is one of the most games and 7 situations I've ever seen in collegiate 7.
You can't help but wonder what could have been done if they had that type of intensity and mindset
Yes.
throughout the whole.
By a very small amount. So they're going to check. Everybody's going to check. Remember, there were a couple of score disputes, so we're going to have to check to make sure the scores are all right and the numbers are all right. But you know what? They got themselves back in the conversation. Pretty astonishing. All right, so this is for all the marbles in Pool C with St. Thomas versus Nebraska. And Coach Seth from Kansas University hosting. This has been just such a great place to host here in Lawrence, Kansas, and a beautiful facility. Nebraska in the black. Holding on to the ball. Doing well with that. But they've lost it, and the problem with St. Thomas is if you lose that ball, they will punish you even when they're not perfect. Shapang Matuba Tuba. Well, we've mentioned his name several times, and he will go in for the try for St. Thomas.
Pretty simple mistake that generally wouldn't mean much, but when you're playing a team like St. Thomas that's capable of turning these opportunities into quick attack, it can be very costly.
coming into this game. St. Thomas 38-0 over Baylor, 26-12 over Wyoming. That was a game that was really a tough one for them. Nebraska, for their part, 33-12 over Wyoming, and then 24-12 over Baylor, a game that they were struggling with for a while as well. But they do very well here, playing direct, forcing several players to come after them. Rolling ball for Kubicek, though, and he wasn't able to gather it. So you have a story for us, or is that just a story for me?
Just a story for you.
Oh, okay. There goes our monitor. All right, so it turns out that our platform is on a slope, and it's been slowly inching its way downhill and just fell. Good hands, Arteta, who's a player they put in late in the game, has come in to score a try in the corner, this time for St. Thomas, and the Bobcats take a 12-0 lead. Charambira, really nice kick. It's just going to curve away to the left, so it'll be 12-0 for St. Thomas. No. That's it. Not yet. Nebraska now looking to get Fleming going. Fleming down the middle, kicks it ahead. It's covered by Charambira. But he tries to offload. Actually, that was Matuba tried to get back as well. Charambira tried to offload, perhaps a bit of a forced offload. A net gain for Nebraska. Haven't seen a lot of kicking, but I think the kicking overall. And taken out by Lynch. Quickly sent out through to the far wing. Good offload off the ground. Fleming again. And he passes off. But some good work. Well, that'll make it 12-5. Fleming puts it over 12-7. Nebraska will be happy. You know, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. You sometimes, you know, it's best just to set the ruck and win the ruck. This is a good kickoff. Poor move, right? Anderson quickly player in the air. Phillips was jumping for it, so that's a penalty. Tap it. Going straight up. Fakes to Phillips. Already perhaps advantage. Now Phillips has it. Charambira looking to use Akeem. Good go wide through Crawford. And there they are, Arteta with the inside out move. And the try right under the posts. That's the answer from St. Thomas. These players are tired.
Oh, for sure.
It's been dry. It's not crazy warm. It's not crazy dry. But this is a strain like I've been talking about. These are some of the toughest sevens games they've played all year.
It's tough. Every game matters, and at least for us, the warm weather, so they're probably not quite used to it yet.
Right. For southern Florida, this is cool and refreshing. Does it sort of depends?
I mean, if you're lucky, the snow stops in February, but we've had plenty of years where we've had snow in the late April and occasionally May, which doesn't make the most sense.
Right.
The thing about the Midwest is that you get both extremes. So you get 130 in the summer.
Right, right. Well, or the that I drove through on the way here, which was tornadoes.
Not really concern you too much.
Yeah. Well, I just pulled off in a rest area and took a nap, and when I woke up, it was bright blue sky, and everything was fine. So it was okay.
You weren't that concerned if you napped through a tornado.
No. Weave all over the place. I figured if I parked somewhere and a tree falls on me, well. Do you get your extremes? We are at 19-7. Halftime here. Once again, Nebraska coming into this game having won 2 games, but crucial here is a plus 33, and that won't do it if even if they lost this game by 1. They have to win this game to get into the semifinals. St. Thomas, for their part, at a plus 52, could conceivably lose this game and still make it into the Cup semifinals. Good turnover. That's what he's there for. Taking their time to set it up, Bobcats. Cherambira. And looping around. That's a good hard line. Once again, Cherambira sends it wide. Matuba gets in under. And Napton getting involved as well. Napton is a good, effective impact sub. And once again, they come to the left this time. Arrigo still going. Arrigo to the line. And Arrigo is over. From New York City. Moved to Florida, played for Wellington, the high school program in Wellington, Florida. John Arrigo in his first year at St. Thomas, and that's a big try for them. And we have a player down on the ground, just getting a little bit of treatment. So this, let's see if we can figure it out while we wait for the player to just get a little bit of attention on the field. Iowa is into the semifinal. If this result remains, which the chances are it will, St. Thomas would be into the semifinal. And then Iowa State also into the semifinal. And so the question remains, and I believe it's going to be Western Washington will be your wild card team, the best second place team. 2-1 with a points difference of plus 49. What that leaves is Matuba somehow throws it to somebody. Charambira has it. He dishes it off. Nebraska's got to be Sotomayor. And the fend and the try, I think that was, not sure who that was, in fact, but it Thomas.
Definitely an interesting choice to kick there when you're deep in your own 22 and already down by a few draws.
Right.
You talked about that risk versus reward earlier, and St. Thomas is a team that will consistently punish you for not making calculated risk.
So another try for St. Thomas. (29-7) for St. Thomas. And I'm looking at the plate semifinals. It looks to me like Oregon, Nebraska, and MAU. Figure out who is our other 1 and 2 team that would go. Minnesota at a minus 35 is actually probably whoever wins the next game. If Wyoming, let's see, Wyoming is a minus 21. 21 plus 14 would be 35. If Wyoming wins this upcoming game, Wyoming is to the bowl semifinal, and they turf out Minnesota. If Baylor wins this, they have to win it by more than 15 in order to make that plate semifinal. So right now I've got Iowa, Iowa State, St. Thomas, and Western Washington in for the Cup semifinal. Millennia Atlantic, and now remember, these are all unofficial. This is Minnesota or the winner of the next game. Playing for the bowl.
Nebraska fails to find time on that, but there's a fortunate knock-on from St. Thomas.
Yeah. And kicking for touch isn't going to do it for them, unfortunately. And then we see Texas State, the loser of the upcoming game. And either the winner of the next game or Minnesota. And another loose offload. Trying to make something happen, though. DeAndre Huff goes in, picks that up, and then Cherambira just cruises in. Got into about third gear on that one. This is what we expected. Seth, you know, this is a team that's been playing 15s all the way through in the fall and the spring to the playoffs 2 weeks ago. They haven't played any 7s, but they're basically playing how they normally play their 15s. They're very wide open style. You can see their 9-10 combination. They don't even have a couple of players who I thought might actually be pretty scary for them. So that's an interesting thing, and that might just be a choice with regard to what studies have to be done, what exams. But this in a way, it's not a surprise. That ball is tapped back down, and it's brought.
You definitely run the risk of losing crucial players when we have the championships this far into the year.
Yes.
Near graduation, near finals,
right.
All sorts of reasons that might keep people from traveling halfway across the country.
Right. They might have a job lined up or an internship lined up. We do see student athletes pass up walking at their graduation so that they can play in a tournament, play with their teammates. Don't know if that's happened with this group, but I wouldn't be surprised at all. Nebraska looking to just finish off. Big tackle. Again, with the chip through, it's just not going to happen at this point. Picked up by Sotomayor. Offload out there. The ball is loose. Kick to touch. And that will be your ball game. 36-7. St. Thomas has won. They've gone 3-0. Nebraska drops to 2-1. They won't have the points difference to be able to go into the Cup semifinal. That is now, I'm pretty sure, willing to bet tonight's dinner or something important like that on Western Washington being the team that goes into the Cup semifinals. And as I said, pushing for the plate. Nebraska goes to the plate semifinals. Oregon into the plate semifinals. By my mathematics, we'll have to check that because it is very close with Western Washington. And then MAU going into the the plate semifinal. And then we have to check on this one coming up. Baylor versus Wyoming. If Wyoming wins this game, they should be into the plate semifinals. Game. They're going to have to win it by at least 15 points, by my reckoning, for them to be able to be in the plate semifinal. Otherwise, they slide to the bowl semifinal. The team that's watching this and figuring all of this out would be the Minnesota Gophers. And yeah, that I think it was going to look like Iowa versus Iowa State in the semifinal. Heart of America doing pretty well in this group.
Yeah,
Really?
it's a shockingly strong conference.
Yeah.
People don't expect there to be good rugby in the middle of the country.
Well, I think people expect rugby, but they think of it as like bash it up, and to say, hey, you know, in terms of sevens, to see them come through and see, look, Iowa State and Nebraska end the day 8-1. It's pretty good. So yeah, we've definitely seen some good skill execution.
And welcome Baylor University and the University of Wyoming.
Baylor versus Wyoming. So there is something at stake, as we discussed. Whether you go play for the bowl or whether you play for the plate, that is the question to be answered in this game, the final game of today, pool play. Thank you very much for being with us. So it's been a great day at the Westwick Rugby Complex in Lawrence, Kansas. And that kickoff rolled dead, so it's a free kick. And Wyoming in their Sunset on the Mountains jerseys, moving that very nicely. That powerful runner on the one side, Ranwheeler, it's kind of fun to watch. A little bit of a DJ Forbes-ness to him. Oh, there's a tackle, flips him a little bit. Referee says play on. Once again, going back, Poor Wall is another danger man for Wyoming. And there we go, skating back inside, Williams. Rolling ball now. Mead. Out to Ranwheeler. Ranwheeler is grabbed and thrown down by Mullins, but the ball is still alive. Mead. Just a bit of a slog. Been a long day for these boys. Jury guy. And isolated. Finally, that hard work on defense by Baylor has produced something. Mullins has just been everywhere today. And he taps, goes, offloads. Once again, now they kick deep. That ball going to sideline. Was that from inside the 22? Yes, so I think that was out on the full, but I don't think it mattered. I don't know if you could hear in the background, University of Nebraska players doing their cheer, just finishing up the day. Tough loss for them, but they've got a lot of rugby to be played. A lot of rugby to be played tomorrow as well. And they are cut up the middle. Mead still going. He's chased down to the line, able to hold on. Brian Mead, mechanical engineering major out of Cheyenne, Wyoming. Charges in for the try, and the lead, the 5-0 lead now for the Cowboys. Well, Wyoming again. You know, and this is another one, Seth, where I think these teams know exactly where they are in the standings. They know what's required of them. Wyoming's like, you know, win this game. Win this game. You're into the plate. You would much rather be in the plate semis than the bowl semis. So win this game. And Wyoming seems to be attacking hard. They're just not executing as well as they might.
Knowing the situation and that they have to win, so they're forcing a few too many passes when they could just go to the ground and recycle. But hopefully they clean that up a bit.
And Williams kicks to touch. Just settles things down a little bit. They'll go to the line out. So I think we're more confident just checking with Josh Sutcliffe with CRAA. Iowa State, that's one semifinal. St. Thomas, Western Washington is the other semifinal for the Cup. For the plate, Oregon, Nebraska, MAU are all in. And then it's a question of this game. What does this game mean? So Meade, again, oh, the little one-handed dummy was not fooling anyone. But it was still fun to watch. Coming in, picked up by Pugh.
Just kind of asking to get hit at that point. Just chest up over the breakdown.
Yes. Poor wall. Big, wide pass. Oh, and there's Randwheeler in the middle this time. Sidestep and the offload. Well done. Just stopped short. Oh, he's over the line. He's over the line. And that is the second try for the Cowboys. Get them to 12-0 up. Baylor's been playing well. They've had their moments. And then struggle with certain connections. That kick is good. 14-0.
It's just a bit hard when you've been starved of possession, so they can't really get anything going.
Indeed. Starved of possession, starved of field position. It's this entire match so far seems to have been played in Baylor's half. Restart a little bit short. And another error. That really unnecessary error there. Just kick that one 20 meters downfield and defend. That has been working pretty well for Wyoming. Still the tap and go now. The Bears, oh, they lose the ball. Picked up by Eldridge. Torrey. And out wide, oh, that's just such a good shoulder lowering. And in, is that Meade? I think that may have been Meade going in. And they'll wait, milk off a few more seconds. And that is another try for Wyoming. And just a little bit of power as well. In fact, it was Cole Williams who put in the power step. The kick is good. That's it for halftime, or that is now halftime. 21-0, Wyoming leads. They will take that. They'll be quite happy with that. And Baylor with some work to do. As we go into the final half of the final game today, we have had such a great time. This has been a wonderful facility here in Lawrence, and hosted by the University of Kansas Jayhawks rugby team. By the way, there's also a giant Jayhawk that's standing staring at us at the broadcast desk. I hope to get an interview with the Jayhawk at some point. We'll see how that works out, but it's been going really well.
And Alex, have you had the chance to be out to Lawrence, Kansas before?
I have not.
All right,
No.
so Lawrence, Kansas is a very proud college town, and
Yes.
there's Jayhawks just like this, painted in various patterns all over town.
Oh, very nice. Yes. I know they do that with Badgers in Madison, Wisconsin.
I haven't seen those, but I imagine
Yes,
it's the
they
same
are
concept.
there. Yes, so I've seen those. But yes, I mean it's good. You know, when a college town is proud of the college they're part of, as opposed to just avoid it, which
Right.
there are some other places where they avoid it. Evanston, Illinois, Northwestern University when I remember when I was in journalism school was an iffy relationship. Let's put it that way. So.
Yeah, definitely not the case here.
For Baylor, this is a time perhaps just to see, hey, what can we do? Let's just work on something. Let's perhaps, Seth, I don't know if you've been in a situation, just give them a micro goal. Hey, let's just run this play, or let's just execute this one thing so we.
Yeah, just got to
Yeah.
focus on the task at hand. It's 3 tries, but in 7s, that can happen very quickly.
Yeah.
So they're still in the match, despite what the scoreboard says.
Good high kick from Wyoming. Well taken. Baylor has it. Just going down that little short side a couple of times. Trying to force somebody to make a tackle. Little. Oh, missed tackle. That's going to work. Now looking for some help. It's there. The help is there. Good support from Norial. But a fantastic tackle there to hold him up. And the turnover forced. Ball ripped away.
Here's where you really want to see some defensive pressure from Baylor to see if they can win that ball back.
Bastian Juragai doing a very nice job. Another kick. I think they just want to get past the ball. The kick and the gather. Williams. He's got Porwall with him. Doesn't need him. Touches it down. And yes, he's tackled as he touches it down, but that's the whole point of the tackler. So, but that will be another try for Wyoming. And we saw. And so, yeah, you know, do some things if they connect up everything against, you know, part of this is they're playing a team that lost a couple of games, played a couple of games in a row. So just sort of getting those pieces put together. So up 26-0 now. Wyoming just looking to close this out. This will put them to the plate semifinals. It'll drop Minnesota down to the and just a very and offload, and that floating pass. In goes Sebastian Infante. Lovely setup from Keenan McAllister. Quickly going to set up that conversion. So it goes 26-5. They can actually afford to miss that one. Still a strong lead for Wyoming. So likely we'll see Baylor. Some loose pass. Pushy about it, but Eldridge manages to fix it. Player gets flipped over a little bit. Good blitz, but what a great catch pass. And work off the ball. The support is there. Actually, I think that might be Calvin Goff, no relation. There's Porwall. Porwall just drops it off to Andrew Olson. Olson fends. Very well done. Really good finish from Olson. Paso Robles, California. And he touches down for, I think, his first try of the day. So very good teamwork throughout on that one. And we're at 31-5. Johnson goes on for Wyoming, out of Sheridan, Wyoming. Good high kick, doesn't quite make it to 10 meters. Excuse me, just inhaled a, I don't know what that was.
Yeah,
Dandelion
confident play
seed.
from
And
Baylor to go attack that kick.
once you field it, the receiving team can field it, and we just go on and we play on. An infraction earlier. No tackle. Baylor. Now. Tap it, sort of. Your big man forward. They need to have somebody at the base of that rock a little bit sooner. And they're working a couple of attack lines. Good little movement around by Infante. And then getting it out to Beagle. And we're going to stop there. Referee didn't like what he saw. He's going to go to the assistant referee. So sometimes what will happen, the assistant referee will see something, some foul play, a high tackle, something like that, and go back, and he'll radio in, and that's they're all mic'd up. And when the mic system is working, it's been working quite well today. What you want, coach, is to for them to be looking out for your guys, right? You know, and especially if you see something dangerous.
Yeah, actually ended up pulling double duty. Had the AR match earlier today.
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah, I've got to use the headsets and radios.
Excellent. How do they work?
You got open mic for the referee, the referee, and then push to talk for the ARs. It's a pretty cool system to have going.
So we've got a dump tackle. That's the call. Dump tackle, yellow card. Haven't seen a lot of cards, and I mentioned there have been a couple of times where a technical yellow card could have been given. But instead, the referee has opted just for a warning. I think that's been good. It's kept the tone of the tournament very good. But there we go. The ball goes out to Baylor's Save Bonavidogo and then I butchered that name and I apologize. Bonavidogo. And Bonavidogo, who is a Fijian by way of Hawaii, went to Holy Family Secondary School and played rugby for the Timberwolves in Hawaii. Goes in for a try. So 31-12. That kick is going to go straight out into touch. And three really bad momentum killers in sevens rugby. One's a holding on penalty. You have the ball and suddenly you're penalized for holding on. You need to find a way to not get penalized for that. One is an intentional knock on because you're giving away not only a penalty but a yellow card. But the ball will be tapped, kicked into touch, and that's it. Wyoming wins 31-12. They move on to the plate semifinal, and Baylor will be joined by Minnesota in the bowl semifinal tomorrow. Check out craa.rugby. Seth, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks
Appreciate
for
it.
having me. It was a pleasure joining you.
And I'm Alex Goff. I've been with you all day. It's been fantastic. Here on the CRAA YouTube channel, we really appreciate the support from everybody here, and we will see you tomorrow for the conclusion of the CRA